All right, well, welcome everybody. My name is Ryan Nelson and I'm Governor Evers' Chief Legal Counsel and also have the honor of serving as Chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. Welcome to the first of two hearings we're having this month of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. So this is the November 11th hearing. We are going to be doing three different sessions today. So the folks joining us today are for the 8:30 to 10 a.m. session. I'm going to go through a couple of housekeeping items and then we're going to jump right into things because we have a lot of folks waiting to be heard by the board. So first thing is that I'm going to be calling each of you up in the order that you are listed on the open meeting notice. So we're going to be starting with, and my apologies if I mispronounce anyone's name. We'll be starting with Clifton, Neal, Ramon, William, Terence, Kenneth, Corey, Todd, Michael, Henry, and then Matthew. When I call you up, please turn your camera on and unmute yourself. You can do so by clicking the little icons in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. There's a microphone for the microphone and a little video camera for your video. Until you are called up, please mute yourself and turn your camera off. That way we can focus on who is before us. And then the board members will keep their cameras on the whole time. When I call you up, you have about 5 to 7 minutes with us in order to share your story. We sent you some questions that we would like answered in terms of what you did to earn a felony conviction. I wanted to hear from you I statements. I did this, I did that. It's not just I caught a felony or a felony happened. You played a role in it. I want to hear what you did to get that felony conviction. I also want to hear what you did after your felony conviction in terms of your sentence served and what you think you've done in order to earn a chance from Governor Evers. So again, please use I statements in terms of what you did both before, during, and after your felony. After you get done speaking to us, I'm going to open it up to the board for questions. We may or may not have questions for you. Don't read too much into it if we don't have questions or we do have questions. It all depends on the person. And we have had an opportunity to read through your applications, but we might have some follow-up questions, or it might be pretty crystal clear to us on whether or not we think you should receive a pardon. After we get done hearing through the morning sessions, we are going to be meeting in closed session. During that time, we will be discussing specific applications and determining who should be forwarded to the governor for a final decision. If you receive majority support from the board members present, your application will be forwarded to the governor. If you do not receive a majority support from the board members present, your application will be denied. You should find out about the board's decision or the governor's decision by the new year. So hopefully before the Christmas season, you should be hearing from us. But it usually does take about a month or two from the date of today's hearing in order to get that notification. If you do receive a denial letter, you'll be able to reapply to get a pardon from Governor Evers within 18 months of the date of the letter. So you can reapply in 18 months from the date of that letter, and you'll go through the process again. The other thing is once you get done appearing before us, you do not need to stay on. Nobody does. You can jump off and go about enjoying the rest of your day. So simply sign off and we'll go to the next applicant. Final thing I want to go over is just do a quick round of introductions so you know who you're speaking with today. We have a number of our board members present. So in addition to myself, we have Nadia Perez-Reyes. Nadia is a former public defender and currently the Assistant Deputy Secretary of the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families. We have Judge Jeff Kremers, who is a retired Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge. We have Cindy O'Donnell, who used to be with the Wisconsin Department of Justice and now is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. We have Noble Ray, who's the retired police chief for the city of Madison and now does implicit bias training for law enforcement agencies around the world. We have Anthony Cooper. Anthony works with reentry services with the Nehemiah Center here in Madison. And last but not least, we have Reverend John McVicker, who is a pastor over in Milwaukee. And so with that, I am going to we'll call up our first applicant, Clifton Neal. And let me see if we have Clifton. So Mr. Neal, if you're on, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. All right, we will go back to Mr. Neal. Ramon. All right. Well, lucky you, Ramon, you get to be our first applicant appearing before us. So again, want to hear some I statements from you in terms of what led to your felony conviction and what you did afterwards in terms of completing your sentence and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. So please proceed.
Okay. First, I'd like to start off and thank Governor Evers and the Pardon Board for allowing this opportunity for all of the applicants. So I'll get right into it. 2005, February, to be particular, I was out selling drugs on the street in the neighborhood that I grew up in here in Milwaukee. And the police came on the block, and I called myself being slick about it and throwing the drugs in particular is crack cocaine. And the police officers, they found it pretty quickly, apprehended me, went to jail. The sentencing, it went, to me, I was blessed because the judge gave me a 3-year state sentence, and I completed my probation. I had a few hiccups with probation. Thank God for my probation officer that, she had a little leniency with me. But I did complete probation in 2008. Since then, I've had the wonderful opportunity to go through training with the Carpenters Union, the Bricklayers Union, various jobs here and there. But currently, I've started a tile and flooring installation business with the skill that I learned in 2018. Now a father of 3 children. Also helped raise another 3 children that aren't biologically mine. And I believe I should get the pardon because it would help me tremendously in the business that I'm in with contracting with companies like Home Depot, Lowe's, Floor and Decor. Those companies ask for background checks. And in my experience in, just the work environment as a whole, a lot of people do their homework on who they want coming inside their homes. And, having this felony is kind of like a stigma, a bad stigma on me. And it has been from even previous employers. I was let go from a coaching position that I had at my son's school because of my felony. So it has tremendously blocked me from some opportunities. So I think that's pretty much everything.
Oh, that was great. Thanks, Mr. Garza. 2 questions for you. One, how old are the kiddos?
So one, I have 1, 6, 12, and the other children that I'm helping raise, they're 18, 17, and 13. I'm sorry. It's a house full of children. So
I only have 1 and I have a hard time keeping track of how old he is. So, and it's early in the morning. The other question I have, a little bit more serious, but can you tell me, just looking, and you disclosed this in your application, your 2005 arrest, what happened there? Can you just walk me through that? There was an arrest for, I think the police thought you were involved in a homicide.
Yes, that was, and this is to be totally honest, I was nowhere near when it was kind of like guilty by association. I had a lot of friends in the neighborhood. Like I said, I grew up in that neighborhood. So if this is just my assumption, if you were stopped in that neighborhood from the police, your name went in the book. And when that situation happened, literally, I was either the day before Thanksgiving or I know it was in November, but I was literally at my grandmother and grandfather's house in pajamas. They came, arrested me. I knew nothing about what happened. I didn't find out what happened until after I was released. And, I seen it on the news, but honestly, I was nowhere near that. That was kind of one of those guilty by association. And that's another thing. I'm glad you brought that up because at that time, as a young man, I wanted to hang out with the wrong crowd. And I think that was a huge different. That's a huge difference for me now. Those same friends I have absolutely nothing to do with now. So my circle is a lot different in terms of the positivity.
No, thanks, Mr. Garza. Other questions from the board? Jeff?
Hey, good morning, sir. Can you tell me how long you had been selling drugs before this?
Previously?
Yeah, previous to your arrest?
So this happened 2005. I would say 2002, maybe. It wasn't really a long time. I mean, 3 years to me doesn't seem like a long time, but I would say 2002, shortly after high school, which I think I graduated 2000.
So I just want to comment that may be the most honest answer I've heard in a long time from someone with this charge. Usually what we get is, well, it was the first time I ever tried to sell drugs. I got caught, kind of thing. So I appreciate your honesty. The other one has to do with the addiction side of it. You indicated that you were, acquiring cocaine for your own use, but then selling some to your friends so they wouldn't have to take the risk of buying it. How long were you addicted? How long were you actively using cocaine, and how long have you been clean?
Well, I've pretty much kicked that habit. Like once I was arrested and I spent a few days in the county jail, afterwards, that habit was kicked. I mean, although marijuana was still kind of like my thing. But your other question was,
how long have you been clean? So you've been clean since then?
Yeah, since 2005, yes. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, no problem.
Any other questions from the board? Anthony?
Currently, do you participate in any like AOTA programming or anything of that nature?
No.
Or volunteer?
No, good question. No, I don't. My probation officer at the time of my probation, she did send me to AODA, which I'll be honest, like I said, she was truly a blessing because she had a lot of patience with me. And I think AODA helped me. I haven't been back since. But like I said, I've been clean since then. And I'm thankful for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Garza. I appreciate you sharing your story and your candor with us. Like Judge Kremer said, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process. Hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will try, I think we're still, let me just check one thing. All right, we are still working on getting Mr. Neal. So we will go ahead to William Thomas. So William, see if you're on. There you are. So William, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself.
Okay, you hear me?
All right, there we go.
All right.
Well, you've seen how this works, so now it's your opportunity to share your story with the board, so please proceed.
Oh, okay. My name is William T. Thomas. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I came to Milwaukee in the middle of 96. 2005, I caught a drug case. I was sitting at home and I got a call from my friend, and he told me he needed 2 8-balls of crack cocaine. So I called him back and told him I don't have it. We can go get it. So I wasn't no go at first, but I just went anyway. So before I got to the destination where I had to be, a matter of fact, it's on 35th and Wisconsin by Walgreens right there. That's where it happened at. So I circled around, I ain't seen him. So he called me and said he pulling up now. He had somebody with him, but I told him to come by himself, but he ended up bringing one of his buddies with him. So all the time it was the police. So I pulled in. Next thing you know, all these police is coming around. Jumped out the car. I was so nervous, I didn't know what to do. So this one big police, he was hitting my windshield like real hard, like boom, boom, put your hands on the windshield. And I was nervous, I was stuck. Then all the other ones just came around the car with their guns and stuff. So I just went in and applied what he said. And then from there, they took me to jail.
And what happened afterwards then, Mr. Thomas? Like, what happened in terms of sentence and once you finished your sentence?
So I was trying to fight the case. I didn't have no lawyer. So they gave me a lawyer, a public defender. And I got sentenced to 3 years. I did 7 months of work release. Did 7 months of that. And I was discharged in 07. Everything.
Okay. And since 2007, what have you done to earn a chance to receive a pardon?
I've been helping. I've been working every now and then. See, recently, I just had a motorcycle accident, so my arm was broke.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and I had 6 broke ribs, so I'm waiting to recover before I can start back to work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Morning, Mr. Thomas.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right.
Good. As part of the application process, it's encouraged that people submit letters of support, and you didn't submit any letters, and curious as to why.
I don't know. I don't know. I probably I was so anxious to get the application done. I probably forgot to really read that part. So
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? Nadia?
Mr. Thomas, could you talk a little bit about how this pardon would help you?
My daddy was a truck driver, and I always used to be with him. He passed away about 15 years ago. And I always told my dad I wanted to be a truck driver. So I wanted to get my background clean before I can, start that program. I'm working on getting my CDLs now. But when you got a felony on your background, if you want to be a truck driver, they won't hire you, nothing like that. So that's what I want to seek this pardon for.
Other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Thomas, for appearing before us. Like you heard me say earlier, you'll find out about the process in terms of outcome in about a month or two, but hope you have a good weekend and a good Thanksgiving.
Okay, you too.
Thanks, take care.
Okay.
All right, next we will be hearing from Terence Conrad. So Mr. Conrad. And then for Mr. Conrad, just to let you know, Anthony Cooper is going to be recusing himself from this, so he'll still be on, but just wanted to let you know. So there we go. All right, so Mr. Conrad, you've seen how this works, so now's your opportunity to share your story with us, so please proceed.
Hi, my name's Terence, 42 years old, father of 3, live in Madison, Wisconsin. I wrote a little something down. Worked full-time as a welder. I've learned the welding trade when I was 16, 1996 at Blackwell Job Corps in Leona, Wisconsin. I'm here today to ask the board for a pardon for my drug convictions. I have several drug convictions that were dated from 2003, 2004, and 2007. I was on probation at the time for some of those cases, and I continued to make bad decisions, and probation agent was giving me chance after chance, and hello?
Nope, we can hear you.
Okay, somebody else's video chimed in. Chance after chance, and 2006, I caught another drug case, and she sent me to prison. I was in prison I went to jail February 2006, and I was released in 2009, August. I've been crime-free. I haven't did anything since then. I got out, I walked parole. I haven't even got a parking ticket. I obtained my license. I've been at my job at Graber Manufacturing since 2014. I'm the lead welder in the trash department. We make trash cans. All the trash cans and stuff around State Street, the Capitol. I played a part in that. And the reason I would like to ask the board for a pardon is because I want to erase these records off, these felonies off my record. I would like to travel, learn how to take the skills to be an underwater welder or a travel welder, but these convictions is what's stopping me from obtaining that. But I'll continue to strive hard to stay focused and work on things that I need to do to be successful in society.
Thanks, Mr. Conrad. Well, that's interesting. I can see one of your pieces of work right outside my window right now. You do a good job.
Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit, what changed? Because, you had a number of, as you mentioned, a number of cases, and then also, had some trouble with the mother of your children. She wrote a very nice letter about how you've matured and everything. What changed?
Going to jail. It sucks being away from your kids, especially they were young. Leaving her alone to raise the kids while I'm in prison for things that I've done. It wasn't a good idea. I thought it was at the time. I've matured a lot. I've grown, and I've realized that that's not the way to go. And there's always a better way, and the right way is the best way. And I just want to be here for my kids and mold them and teach them how to be successful as well.
Thanks. Questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Conrad, for appearing before us. Hope you have a wonderful weekend, and you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome. But take care.
I appreciate it.
Thanks. All right. Next, we will be hearing from Kenneth Fox. All right. Welcome, Mr. Fox. You've seen how this works, so please proceed.
My name is Ken Fox. I'm 42 years old. Currently married. Been married for 12 years. I have an 11-year-old son. I live and work in Sheboygan Falls. I lost my video. You there?
Nope, you're good.
Okay.
We can see you. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. So yes, I've been married 12 years, got an 11-year-old son. My first conviction was in '97. I was sold a bag of weed to a classmate on school property. He showed it around, got caught. I got responsibility of selling him the weed. Went to court. I got 3 years probation. And in 2000, I got another case of selling marijuana. Actually, wasn't selling it, but it was intent to deliver. And then I got my probation revoked for the first case. I got sentenced to 3 years in prison. I did 2 years, I believe. I got out. Was still on 5-year extended supervision. And then in 2004, I got pulled over and I had a 0.5 gram of cocaine on me. And they took me to jail because of that. And I was on that probation yet. My attorney came up to see me and said the DA was offering 6 months on that case. and I actually turned it down and asked for 18 months in prison to do the boot camp program at BRCC in Black River Falls. I completed it. And since I've been out, I obtained a job at Dutchman Plastics in Oostburg, Wisconsin. I did that for a little over 3 years. And then I got married to my wife. We bought her parents' old house. And right after we got married, I started working at our salvage yard. Her family owns a salvage yard in Sheboygan Falls, and I've been there for almost 16 years. My brother-in-law are taking the business over, and so everything's going good there. I have believe I've taken full responsibility for everything I've done. I've served all my time. I'm coach youth basketball, youth baseball, youth wrestling, youth football. Yeah.
Oh, that's great, Mr. Fox. Thanks. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Fox.
Morning.
You say in your application that, a lot of your offenses were related to your own use of drugs and your own addiction. So how did you break that, and how do you maintain it to this day?
I have a wife and kid.
I'm sorry?
I have a wife and kid now. My wife, I've been with her on and off since we were in high school. So she's essentially kind of been with me through this whole stint of being locked up. And every time I would get in trouble, she would leave me. And just how I know I'm done with it is she's still here. Her parents, my wife's parents, absolutely hated me back when we were younger. And now I'm running their business. I mean, I'm trying every day, but I'm doing so good.
Are you involved in any programs, or how did you quit the use? Was it just going to jail?
It was when I went to BRCC at the boot camp program at Black River Falls. They had an AODA program there, and I finished that and completed it. And ever since then, I've been good. I just focus on work. Like I've been working pretty much since the day I've got out of boot camp.
Okay. I just have one other question. So as you know, the judge and the district attorney get to weigh in with their opinion, and the DA recommends denying your pardon because of the length of time that you committed these offenses. I mean, it went from 1997 to 2004. So that's, that's a long stretch. So what would you say in response to that?
It was all, I don't know. I guess I don't understand the question.
So you participated in crimes for a 7-year period, which is kind of a long time. We don't usually, we see someone does something once or twice. So yours was a long duration. And I guess what would you say in response to how long it was and what you've done since, I guess?
I was young and I didn't know no better. And that's why I guess that's why from the case in 2004, when they offered me the 6 months, and I just got so tired of, I needed a change in my life. I needed to do something different. I needed to change my life completely around. And I thought the only way to do that was for structure. I didn't have a whole lot of structure growing up. My mom worked second shift. I took care of my 3 brothers. When I was probably 11 years old, and I was coming home from school every day, taking care of them. So I had chose to do a lot of that stuff. And I don't know. Sorry, I'm nervous.
No, that you're fine. That's a good answer. And obviously the choice you made in 2004 was a good one, because you turned the corner. And
yes. And I haven't touched anything, done anything since. And I'm just so active in our community, especially with the school programs and my kids' football and baseball. And I've accepted responsibility for everything I've ever done, ever.
Mhm.
So I'm doing good.
Yeah, you are. Congratulations. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Fox? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Fox, for appearing before us, and you'll hear from us in about a month or two, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks. All right, I think we might have Clifton Neal back. So Mr. Neal, if that's you calling if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. There we go.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Neal. So
Good morning.
good morning. So my name is Ryan Nelson. I'm chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. I'll just, because I think you missed a little bit of the housekeeping items at the top of the meeting. To start with, I'll just ask you a series of questions and then I'll open up to the board. So to start with, could you tell me a little bit about in terms of how you ended up with your 3 felony convictions?
Well, it started in 1997.
Excuse me 1 second. Excuse me, sir, 1 second. This is Judge Kramer's. I'm not going to be participating in yours because I was involved in as a judge on your case. So I just want you to understand why I won't be part of this discussion. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Go ahead, Mr. Neal.
Yes, yeah, I was just young, started in 1996 or 97 and ended up catching the case. Then I ended up earning the case, selling drugs, and I ended up getting probation for the case. It's basically a slap on the wrist, and I completed the sentence. Then, as I started having kids, I started, after that, I believe I started working as a crossing guard and all that, and just trying to do the right thing. Then eventually I slid back up and started back selling drugs in 2010. And things was kind of rocky for me as far as trying to get a job and with having a felony on your record and pressure from my girlfriend to take care of my kids. I just resorted back into selling drugs, not thinking about the consequences of my actions at that time. Still was immature. Ended up getting probation again. But this time I ended up getting revoked on the probation and ended up going to prison for the first time, which was an eye opener. Ended up getting ERP, extended supervision. I did the ERP program, the drug program, the gambling program. I did it all. Wasn't really addicted to drugs, but just smoking marijuana. And at that time, that's when I got revoked. I ended up getting revoked for that case, and was, I just said enough is enough. I can't do this anymore. I never felt the experience until I went to the prison, and I'm in prison. I'm like, I had to wake up, I had to wear other people's drawers, socks. I said, this is not my lifestyle. So I gave it all up. I worked with kids in the community, the Running Rebels, family members of mine, singers, and I missed out on several opportunities of going on tour because of my background record. I'm driving trucks right now. Some of the loads I can't pick up because of my past is hindering me. It's due to we have to pick up things for the military base. So if I got to go to the military base, we don't get the load because it's me, because of my felony record. So I have been doing good since 2012. That's when I got released from the ER program. I did 14 months. I did 5 in house correction, 9 in prison. and I haven't looked back since.
Thanks, Mr. Neal.
Completed parole, extended supervision with no problems.
Mhm. Can you tell me, Mr. Neal, what happened in, looks like on your criminal background check, and sometimes they can be wrong, but it looks like you were arrested in 2019 for non-criminal possession marijuana. Does that ring any bells?
2019?
Yeah. Sometimes these can be wrong. They're not gospel.
No, that's got to be wrong. I think that's my son.
Okay. Okay. Questions from the board for Mr. Neal? Cindy?
Just a quick question, Mr. Neal, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed for living for better trucking.
Okay, is that full-time position?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And I have a 16-year-old son, and he's doing real good in school. He's a straight A student, plays football. So that's the reason why I applied for the pardon, so that I can change my life and help my son get into college faster. Versus with this record on me is kind of hard.
Mm-hmm.
And for me to go into the field that I need to go into, I want to go back to school. But on FAFSA, they want to know if you've been convicted of a felony. I have been convicted of a felony. They say, does it affect you? But it affects you.
Thanks, Mr. Neal. Really appreciate you sharing your story with us today. I'm glad we were able to get connected this morning. You'll hear about the outcome of today's process in about a month or two. So the longest wait was to get to today. So you'll hear from us in the not too distant future, but hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, you too. And have a great Thanksgiving, you all.
Thanks, you too.
Okay.
All right, next we will be hearing from Corey Thompson. Corey, are you on? I don't. All right, I don't see Corey on. We will follow up with Corey Thompson. We will jump ahead then to Michael O'Brien. So Michael, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. There we go. All right.
Sure.
Well, Mr. O'Brien, you've seen how this works a couple of times. So if you could start off with, describe how you ended up with your felony conviction back in 1989, what's happened since then, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Okay. Hi, I'm Michael O'Brien, 32 years old. In 2007, I got a burglarized on dwellings. Got charged in 2008 with that and party to a crime. So it was me and a group of fellow kids. And I received some Huber time and 7 years probation out of that. I completed all that. And then after that, what I've done is I worked at a couple factories in that time. I got my CDL. I spent like 3.5 years hauling milk. After that, I got a job driving dump truck for a local excavating company. I've been there the past 7 years. Actually, just Wednesday, I bought my first semi. I got a little business plan. I plan on going on a little adventure and seeing where that takes me. I also last year bought my first house. Me and my girlfriend have a 4-year-old son together. So I've been trying to keep busy and whatnot. The reason I'm seeking a pardon is I made a mistake as a kid, and I'm trying to fully put this behind me and having a son, I'd like to get involved in his school and that kind of stuff. And I don't want something I did in my past to hold back him and things that I'd like to do, like different career paths, and just that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. O'Brien. Questions from the board? All right. Oh, Cindy?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have a question. So I'm a little confused about the restitution order in this case, and you've paid off everything according to the DOC records that were ordered, but the original criminal complaint lists restitution as over $31,000, joint and several, between you and all your co-defendants. But then the DOC records seem to show that got split off and you ended up with a lesser amount than that. Do you know how that?
To be honest with you, I have no idea. Like, that was really confusing. Like, I'm not really sure how that all went. Because like when I was on probation and we were doing all that, it was joint between everybody. So like each month I'd pay in on it and that kind of stuff. And then once I got off of it, then it really got confusing because then it all got split up weird. And I'm not really sure how that all went.
Okay, but as far as you know, you've paid whatever amounts were assessed to you at the time, and the DOC records confirm that. So I was just a little confused. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Jeff?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that. Do you have any civil judgments against you?
I don't think so.
Okay. And I'm not trying to trick you or say that you do. Sometimes what happens when people get off probation and they've paid what DOC wants them to pay, there's still a civil judgment against them for the rest of the restitution or the rest of what they owe. And so I just wanted to make sure that you weren't aware of any civil judgments against you that you hadn't paid. And it doesn't.
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Well, thanks, Mr. O'Brien, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of outcome, but hope you have a good day.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks. All right. And next we will go to Todd Rudin. So Todd, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself.
Hello.
Hey, Todd, you've seen how this has gone. So now it's your opportunity to appear before the board and share with us in terms of your felony conviction from 1989. So please proceed.
Okay, I was fresh out of high school and made a bad choice of trying to sell some marijuana. And on one hand, I was lucky I did not have a good connection, and the stuff I had was not very good. And I ended up quitting selling the marijuana, and a year later I got in a lot of trouble, but I did it. And I did Huber Law for 3 months, and I did the probation at least a year. It was 35 years ago that this happened. And right at the same time, I was just getting into my profession as the apprentice, learning how to be a machinist. And they understood what happened, and they trained me, and I've been working as a machinist for the last 35 years. And I've been lucky to have this profession. It's a little different every day. It's not just the same part every day that I work on. And I get a chance to help younger people at work if they have a question, or if I see they're having problems, I try to help them. And I've been just trying to be a good person. Lately, I've just been helping my parents. They're getting old. I help them the best I can and take care of their animals. And then I'm going to, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So now I'm going to, why do I deserve the pardon? Well, like I said, I've been working as a machinist for 35 years. Haven't been in trouble for over 30 years. I don't have a family of my own, or I don't have a wife or kids is what I'm saying, but I have paid for my house. I just remodeled the bathroom, had the bathroom remodeled. Not everything I have is perfect, but it's all mine. I have not in debt to anyone as far as money. And I would like to perhaps take a vacation with my family to Germany. Mine, I don't know if it's achievable. We'll see with this pardon, because I know I can't get a passport without one. You know, I'm not happy about what I did. I'm embarrassed by it, but yet I can't change it. But it was kind of what I needed to grow up. And like I say, it was 35 years ago, and I'm just grateful I made it this far in the process. So I do appreciate you guys taking the time to hear my story.
Thanks, Mr. Rudin. One question I have for you is, in your application, you said you had 3 OWIs, but when we did a background check on you, we could only find 1.
This all that happened back about the same time in the late 80s. So my record, and they put really 3 altogether, but it has been a long time ago, and I've not been in any trouble like that or anything.
Yep. Nope. Understood. Understood. Any other questions for Mr. Rudin from the board? Well, you'll hear from us in about a month or 2 in terms of the outcome of this process. Also, you can go on the State Department's website to see which countries you can and can't go to with a felony conviction. So Canada, for example, won't let you in. China won't let you in. And I think maybe like Australia won't, but Germany, I think you could go to.
Okay. And I would like to say, if I can, just thanks to Mark O'Donnell, Dan Bauer, and Governor Tony Evers for pardoning people.
Thanks, Mr. Rudin. You have a good weekend, and you'll hear from us in the not too distant future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. All right. Looks like now we have Corey Thompson. So Corey, thanks for joining us. Judge Jeff Kremers is going to be recusing himself from this deliberation since he presided over your case. But what we would like to hear from you first, Mr. Thompson, is in terms of just one, how you ended up with your 1995 felony conviction. What happened afterwards in terms of the completing your sentence?
He says we can only see one. I go, wow. They were a very long time ago, and I know I had 3 of them.
Oops, sorry, we had a little bit of audio interference there. So what happened after your sentence, and then what you've done to this point in order to earn your chance to receive a pardon. So go ahead, Mr. Thompson. I think we're having some audio issues, Corey. Can you hear me? What I think we'll do, Corey, is we'll have somebody call you and we'll work through the audio right now, but we can't hear you. All right, so while we'll work through that, and in the meantime, we'll jump ahead to Henry Goodman. So Henry. All right. Well, good morning, Mr. Goodman. You've seen
how you doing, ladies and gentlemen?
Great. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Henry Goodman. 1994. I was young, about 18 years old. I bought a car that I knew I shouldn't have bought the car. You know what I'm saying? The guy another guy named Henry. It was another guy named Henry, and he ended up selling me the car. Bought the car, knowingly that I shouldn't have bought the car, but I was a motorhead back then when I was 18 years old, and first car, wanted to just drive, and end up getting caught in the car one night, pulling over on the wrong side of the street, using a payphone. After then, they took me to jail. You know, I went through the courses. I ended up with, I believe it was 18 months of probation or whatever. During the 18 months, you know, it was a high restitution. It was a high restitution on the case or whatever. And with that being said, you know, I couldn't pay the whole restitution in a timely fashion within the 18 months. So I believe it ended up getting extended like two or three times. It ended up getting extended. So I finally completed that probation and got off the probation. I worked a little jobs here and there, started some little business adventures and stuff like that, you know, one being a trucking company with my father. And given just point blank, I end up hooking up with the wrong people. I got an opportunity to go to Texas, Houston, Texas, for marijuana. You know, I ended up going to Houston, Texas for marijuana. That wasn't my first time. You know, I've been to Houston a couple times, you know, for marijuana, you know, with transport, with sales and distribution of marijuana. One day I'm coming back from Houston, Texas. I'm on I-10, Louisiana. Everybody know that's a hot corridor for drug runners and stuff like that. I end up getting pulled over. I thought I was doing something slick. I had the cars all decked out with the stash spots and stuff like that, but it just took that one officer. It took that one officer to, you know, to keep digging his nose, and he ended up finding the marijuana, took me to jail. Going through the court system again. End up getting 5 years probation. I turn around and not soon, I'm just being honest, not soon after, probably a week after, you know, I got released in Louisiana because I bailed out. Probably a week after, I was back on the highway, coming through Louisiana again with marijuana, you know, just dumb. So the marijuana started getting bad down there. It wasn't a good look. It was like garbage, as you want to say, marijuana down there. So I started heading out to Arizona. I had been going out to Arizona for a while, stuff like that, bringing marijuana back. You know, that's what I was doing. Somebody ended up telling on me out there. The police ended up doing like a little mini bust or whatever. I went out there. I ended up getting 2.5 years. Once I got caught out there, I never bailed out or anything. They ended up giving me 2.5 years out there. I did the 2.5 years. I did the 2.5 years in Arizona, which put a detainer on me for Louisiana. So I'm coming back. So after I finished my time in Arizona, they sent me back to Louisiana. They sent me back to Louisiana. And with them sending me back to Louisiana, you know, it was like, I got sentenced to another 2.5 years of hard labor. So, you know, I just got the mind frame, like, you know, I just started thinking like, you know, I'm smarter than this. I'm better than this. The same things I put my mind to doing stuff illegal, I might as well do stuff legally. So with that being said, when I got out of prison in 2013, I vowed myself never to go back. Let me remind you, 2009, I just had got married to my wife in 2009. In August of 2009, September 2009, I was locked up. I was gone away for 4 years and 27 days. With that being said, I had the mind frame that I'd never put myself back in this predicament or whatever, or never be taken away from my family again. So when I got out, I started working with, I started driving dump trucks. And I had my little landscaping business on the side or whatever, but I started driving dump trucks for Teresa Trimble. You know, she's one of like the largest, you know, brokers in the state of Wisconsin. So started driving dump trucks for her and stuff like that. And all along, she like gave me the game, was giving me the game. Already knew the game with like semi-tractor trailers because, like I said, man, my father had a little company or whatever. But I just started building myself. When I got out, I never touched a drug again, never touched a marijuana again. I never used marijuana, never used any drugs a day in my life. So I just like blood, sweat, and tears. I just got to, building. And today, as we speak, I built 2 successful trucking companies. I got a semi-trucking company and I got a dump trucking company. And I currently employ like I currently employ like 6 people, 3 for the semi and 3 for the dump truck, and the reason I feel like I need this felony off my record, I need a pardon because some of these, like the previous guys that was on here, some of these places you can't even get on. And by me being an owner operator, like I'm missing a lot of like 6-figure contracts that like they won't even touch me because I'm a felon. I figure like, if I can get this felon off of me, which let me backtrack. Arizona, I cleared that up. Arizona, I got the felony off of me. I'm currently, as we speak, working on Louisiana now, and also working on the state of Wisconsin. But let me reiterate my trucking companies. I can't get the contracts, to build I want to build my company up even better and give other people, other guys like me that has felonies on their record until they can get them cleared off their record. I want to have a opportunity to get them jobs and create jobs for them and put, jobs back in the community.
Thanks, Mr. Goodman. Questions from the board?
Yes, sir.
So, good morning, sir.
Sir.
Maybe I'm missing something here, but so it sounds like from that description you just gave us that you have a felony conviction in Louisiana and a felony conviction in Arizona. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what exactly would a pardon of this operating on without owner's consent felony in Wisconsin do for you? You'd still have the Louisiana and the Arizona felonies on your record.
As I stated, Mr. Kramer, right now, I got my sentence and everything taken care of in Arizona. As we speak right now, this is my application right here for Louisiana. I'm working on the pardon for Louisiana right now. And that's why I'm trying to just get a pardon. I'm trying to get everything pardoned.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy?
Mr. Goodman, you said in your application that you volunteer at Abundance of Life.
Yes.
Can you tell us about what you do there, and are you still doing it?
Yes. Actually, it's my wife and my sister-in-law is their company. So they might have me come get the residents or whatever, and might take them on a field trip. Or I take them on field trips and stuff like that, and then like also do maintenance around there when they need stuff done. I do maintenance on the vans and stuff like that, and if they need if some of the residents need like doctor's appointments and stuff like that, when I'm not working, if they had like a later doctor's appointment or stuff like that, or the days that I'm not working, I'm volunteering. Like, don't worry about it. I got them. I take them. So.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Goodman? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Goodman, for appearing before us and sharing your story. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but I appreciate your time and candor.
Okay, thank you guys for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah.
All right, and it looks like Corey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, and we can hear you. Perfect. So you've seen how this goes. Thanks for your patience. One of the downsides with Zoom is we run into these issues, but it spares you a trip to Madison. So it works out in the end. So why don't you start off with by, first, Judge Kremers, again, is going to be recusing himself just as a reminder, but go ahead and tell us about your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Yes, hi. Yeah, I got a felony. I think it's 2000. I was 26. 1992, I think I'm trying to say it is.
1995.
Yeah. Huh?
1995.
Right. Yeah, I was just doing stupid stuff, following other people, trying something new, which I should never did. And I got a possession charge. And after that, it's been downhill. So when I went to incarceration, and I'm doing 18 months, which that's when Tommy Thompson was taking over. But I am doing that while I was inside. I went and talked to like high schools about gangs and drugs and stuff like that. It kind of opened my eyes about different things, and then seeing my family come there. And that's one thing I didn't want to my family to see, me incarcerated. And it just taught me things. I made that choice. No one made that choice. No one forced me to do it. I did it. And so along that journey, I just learned about me and the choices I make. So when I got out and try to make it better for my life, it's just a little bit rough for the felony. I'm doing truck driving. I got my own company, but once again, trying to connect to like UPS, FedEx, Black Panther Express, the felony pops up, and that's what's hindered me from getting bigger contracts and stuff like that. Once again, comes with the choice I made a long time ago. So that's what this partner is here for, especially with engaged to someone, trying to marry them, and if they work in the hospital or the police department, being a felon, that's a no-no for them on their side. So there's a lot of stuff that I made. My choice of what I did a long time ago is hindered me right now to moving forward. But once again, that's a choice I made, and I got to live with that. So that's what the partner for. I can make a better life for myself and my company. That's one of the things I'm looking forward to doing, just trying to get over this hurdle.
Thanks, Mr. Thompson. Can you tell me a little bit about what happened in 2015 with your arrest for felony possession with intent?
The story of it?
Yeah, what happened? Walk me through that. There's some news coverage of it, but walk me through your perspective. What happened?
Oh, can you repeat that again? I'm sorry, I ain't hardly hear you.
So in 2015, you're arrested for felony possession of marijuana for trying to.
Oh, yeah.
What
That's
happened?
the company right now. It's transporting. I transport cars, heavy equipment, stuff like that. So, and I still do it right now. I buy cars from different auctions all over the place. So I bought a vehicle in California. I already had one, came from Texas. I think it was S430. I ended up buying another one out of California. I think that's Tracy, California. I ended up buying it, and I got families down in Laredo, Texas, not Laredo, but California. So I'm down there. We're going to an Oakland Raiders game. I said, I'm gonna go check out this Benz at this auction because they got the same parts I need for my other one, so I can buy this one for parts. I buy it, I get it shipped. I have it come down. I finish with the game. I'm watching at the Oakland Raiders. I come down. The car is coming down on the Thursday. I go get the car. I have my buddy bring me to go get my car. I get there. All the police from Racine or whatever counties or surrounding counties come out, and they get the car. They take me in. They let my friend go. They take the driver. They take us in, and then they go through the question. You know about this car? I said, yeah, I bought it from the auction. Oh, this car had drugs in it. And I said, where? There wasn't no drugs in the car. They said it was in there, but when they arrested me, it wasn't no drugs, wasn't no dogs, no nothing. I said, well, you're trying to have me take possession of something I don't even see. So that's how I'm getting a lawyer and beating it. I'm like, you trying to charge me with a possession of something never been in the car that I can see and you didn't see. And so like I said, we went to court. I beat it. It wasn't no drugs in there on my possession. Like I said, I've been buying cars for over 10 years, and I still do it right now and have them shipped to the place I'm at right now. I had no problem since then. I said, listen, I don't know what these drivers do. I don't know what was in there. I wasn't there. All I do is buy the car, pay the shipper, and he brings it here, and I take what I need to take off and I junk the rest, or I rebuild it and I resell it. I've been doing this, like I said, now it's like 15 years. And I've been doing the same thing over and over. And I said, listen, I don't transport anything besides the vehicle. I pay for it going one way and that's it. And so that's why I beat the case, because there wasn't no possession on me of having the car with someone else. I said, they had this car, like I bought it on a Friday. I didn't get the car to the following Thursday. I said, I don't know what these people are doing. They can be transporting human trafficking. They can be doing drugs or whatever. I said, that I don't control that. All I control is paying the person to bring it from that state to the state I live in, where I dismantle it or I sell the car. So that's how I end up beating it, because my lawyer ended up showing him that this transport, not only that when he had my vehicle on there, he got caught the recent week with some other stuff on there. So it's like, I'm getting tired of just something I have no control over.
Yeah, no, that makes
So
sense.
that's where that came into part, and that's why I ended up beating it.
Okay, no, thanks, Mr. Thompson. That was helpful. Other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for appearing before us, Mr. Thompson. Glad we got the audio issues worked out. Hope you have a wonderful weekend, and you'll hear from us in about a month or two.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much, guys, for listening to me.
Thanks. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, next we will go to Matthew Oldenburg. So Matthew, thanks for waiting patiently.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. You've seen how this works. So if you could tell us about your conviction from 1997, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, you know, I was a young, dumb kid. I started doing drugs and drinking when I was in high school, and I think that definitely affected my choice to run from the cops in 1997. You know, that was a really dumb thing to do, and I've regretted it ever since. You know, since then, I have a long list of things that I've done. So I'm just going to rattle this off real quick. So, you know, first thing I did was I sobered up. I quit doing drugs, quit drinking. I went back to school. I went to UWSP. I got a bachelor's in political science and sociology, the minor in adventure education. I did 2 semesters abroad in Poland and Hungary, which being over in Europe, that allowed me to travel to 19 different countries. When I was going to school in UWSP, I volunteered for 3 years with a bike nonprofit called the Stanley Project, where we would take donated bikes and fix them up and then donate them to poor families or poor students. We moved down to Madison, where I took 3 semesters of web development classes at Madison College. While working a couple other jobs, I was really busy, but I volunteered for the tiny home village that was in Madison. I helped build some stuff there. I ended up dropping out of that program to be a rock climbing guide for over 10 years. So I was a guide at Devil's Lake. I was a guide down in Texas when we moved down there. I guided for REI for a year. And then we moved out to Colorado, which is where we currently live. I was a climbing guide out here for 6 years. And because of my guiding experience up in Rocky Mountain National Park, I was allowed to volunteer with the search and rescue out here in Rocky Mountain National Park, which I still do. I still assist with like technical rescues and just general search and rescue calls. I helped build a Via Ferrata, which, if you're not familiar with that, it's like a cable guided rock climbing adventure thing that you can do. So I helped build that up in Chile Camp, which is a boys and girls camp up there. I've helped develop a number of climbing areas out here and have done trail building. I started my own painting business. At the highest point, I had about 9 subcontractors working for me. I absolutely hated that. So I took a boot camp to learn how to do QA test automation, which is for software development. Got married. We bought our first house down in Loveland about 3 years ago. Spent a ton of time fixing it up. Was able to sell that. We moved up to Fort Collins, where we currently own a house here, and fixing that one up too, because you know things are expensive and I can only afford to buy fixer-uppers. So fixing that up as well. And I have now been working in QA automation for 7 months with a company that's based out of Charlotte, North Carolina. It's a financial technology company. It's called Avid Exchange. And let me see. So because I've done this boot camp and I've gotten a good job, I've had a number of friends follow me and they're doing the boot camp as well. So I'm like mentoring them and helping them out with their classes and like interview prep and just general questions on programming. Let's see. I got into gardening last year, which I'm not very good at it yet. And I started a pottery class last night with my wife and one of her friends. So that's what I've been up to since 1997, that's a long time ago. I was 19 then. I'm 44 now. I think I've come a long way.
Yep. Thanks, Matthew. Questions from the board? All right, well, you're very thorough, so you get to avoid any questions from us. So as you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
All right, so that concludes our 8:30 to 10 a.m. session. We will be reconvening here a little bit shortly before 10 a.m. to go to our next group of applicants, but because we do public notices, we can't jump ahead. So for the board, we'll hop back on here about 9:58, 9:57, give or take. So we'll see everybody then. Thanks. All right, welcome everybody. We will get started in just a minute. All right. Well, welcome everybody. My name is Ryan Nelson, and I'm Governor Evers' Chief Legal Counsel. Today is our November 11th, 2022 Pardon Advisory Board hearing. I'm going to go through a few housekeeping items and then we will jump right into things. So to start off with, I'm going to be calling, we are live streaming this on YouTube and also Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN. So therefore, in order to maintain audio and visual quality and make it easier on the board so we know who's speaking, please keep yourself muted and also keep your video off until I call you up to speak. I am going to be calling up folks in the order that they are listed on the open meeting notice. So we will start with Jutiki, then Rebecca, Jason, Laura, Christopher, Troy, Jeffrey, Quenwan, Karimi, Elizabeth, and Elizabeth. So we'll be going in that order. When I call you up, turn your camera on, unmute yourself, and then you'll have about 5 to 7 minutes to answer the questions we asked you. So to recap what those questions are, we want to know how you ended up with your felony conviction. I want to hear I statements. So I did this, I did that, and then I got arrested and convicted. I don't want to hear I caught a felony, I was just in the wrong place and ended up with a felony. There's more to it. So we want to hear I statements from you. We want to hear how your sentence went and what happened afterwards and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. After you get done speaking, I'll open up to the board for questions. We may or may not have questions for you. Don't read too much into it on whether we have questions or not. And then once you get done answering questions, you sign off. You don't need to stick around for the rest of the hearing. You don't get any extra credit points for doing so. Once we get through this morning's session, we'll be meeting in closed session as a board, and during that time, the board members will discuss each of the applications and make a decision on whether or not to forward your application to the governor. You need to have a majority support of the board members present, which means 4 of the 7 board members present in order to have your application be forwarded. If you don't receive majority support, you'll receive a denial letter from the office of the governor, and you'll be able to reapply within 18 months of the date of that letter. If your application goes to Governor Evers, he'll make a final decision. And if he denies it, you'll get that exact same letter and you'll be able to reapply. If he grants you a pardon, you'll receive a pardon in the mail. You should receive either a pardon or a denial letter in about a month or 2 from today's hearing. So the longest wait was to get to today. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions and then we'll jump right into things. So in addition to myself on the board today, we have Cindy O'Donnell. Cindy is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. We have Anthony Cooper, who works on offender reentry for the Nehemiah Center in Madison. We have Reverend John McVickers, who's a pastor in Milwaukee. We have Noble Ray, who's the retired police chief for the city of Madison. We have Judge Jeff Kremers, who's a retired judge from Milwaukee. And we have Nadia Perez Reyes, who is the Assistant Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. And with that, we will start with Jutiki Smith. So Jutiki, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. Jutiki Smith, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. There we go. All right, looks like we're just connecting audio. All right, so Mr. Smith, we'll jump to the next person and we'll come back to you and we'll work on getting the audio worked out, okay? Yeah, we can't hear you yet. So, oh, there we go. Can you hear me? We can't hear you. So I'll have somebody from our office will reach out to you and we'll get your audio worked out. So we'll come back to you. We'll next go to Rebecca Hicks. So Rebecca. All right, Rebecca. So you've heard my introduction. So if you can start with, good morning. If you can start with by explaining to us in terms of how you ended up with your felony conviction in 2006, what happened with your sentence, and what you've done to earn a chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. So please proceed.
So in 2006, I gave birth to a daughter in March, and she was 6 weeks old. She was abused severely by her father, left 17 broken ribs, skull fracture. She was on life support in the cities for 3 weeks. And after that, he was charged and picked up for child abuse, and there was a no contact order put in place with me and my children and anybody under the age of 18. However, it was a very domestic violence sort of a relationship, and I was threatened if I ever left, he would come and kill me and my children. So I apologize if I get emotional, because it does affect me still to this day. So he was contacting me after he was released from jail, and I was avoiding the calls and such. It was to the point where I was hiding my car in the woods so he wouldn't find me. I would rearrange our bedroom differently so that, because I always feared he would come through my window and get me and my children. And finally, one day when he called, I just answered, and he wanted to get together and see me and my daughter that he abused and put in a hospital. And in that phone call, there was other threats that were made. And so I made the decision to meet him. However, I wanted to do it in a public place because I didn't know what he would do. So we met at the Walmart in New Richmond, where there was multiple cameras on, and he proceeded to buy me a wedding band and was telling me, how much he was in love with me. And anyhow, I contacted the sheriff's department because I wanted him away from me, and I figured that by letting them know he had contacted me, that would help to keep him away if they locked him up. So I called them and I told them, hey, he and I just had contact. I told them where we were. The officer came to my work. He grabbed the receipt that I still had from the wedding ring and went and viewed the cameras and stuff. And he came back to my place of employment, and he arrested me. The original charge was party to a crime, felony, because the offender was out on bail, and that was dropped down to soliciting to commit a felony. I did my 3 years probation. During that probation, towards the end of it, I had gone to the bar and was drinking. I then was pulled over. I was in the backseat of a vehicle. We got pulled over, and so they hauled me in because I was drinking on a no drink. I had found out that I was 14 weeks pregnant at the time, and so my probation agent originally wanted to revoke me, and she decided to then not revoke me and just have me do 150 days in jail with Huber. So I did the Huber, got done with that, and here I am today. I guess the way the situation ended with my daughter is that she was put into foster care. I decided to go to treatment. I had gotten very hooked on methamphetamines in 2002. I put myself into inpatient treatment in Menominee at Arbor Place from there, I went and did 6 months at the Butterfly House in St. Croix Falls, which is a transitional program that I ended up graduating from. And I have almost 17 years of sobriety. My daughter was in foster care and she was in a good place. I knew that she was being taken care of. She had a lot of health issues and she still does to this day. By the grace of God, she's still alive. The doctor gave her 24 hours to live. So I'm very, very blessed by all of that. And I knew that I needed to get myself help and I needed to get structure for myself before I could take my children back home and provide for them. So that's why I chose to go to treatment. And during this process, I knew that my children, the most important thing was their stability. And my actions should not have impacted them like they did. So I decided to voluntarily terminate my rights to my daughter that was abused. So whether this pardon goes through or not, I will forever be reminded of my decisions that I made and the choices that I made and the responsibilities that I had to owe up to. I have been in constant contact with my daughter on a regular basis since it was a closed adoption, but the foster and adopted parents have wanted us to continue our relationship. Like I said, my daughter still has a lot of medical issues, so I am involved in those as well. But I am asking for this pardon because I am wanting to, I feel like I'm at a dead end with my employment. I have just done multiple, different factory jobs over the years. I have been at my current job for the last 8 years. And I went back to school for criminal justice because that's something that has always interested me. And I have 102 out of 180 credits of my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. And I feel that this pardon is going to help me to continue my degree and do something different with my life besides factory work.
Thanks, Ms. Hicks. Questions from the board? Just one question I have for you, Ms. Hicks. Do you own any firearms?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for appearing before us, Ms. Hicks. As I said, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you guys for giving me this opportunity.
I do have a question.
Yes, Noble.
Did you say that you have 17 years of sobriety?
April 7th of next year will be 17 years of sobriety, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I wouldn't change it for the world.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Hicks.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. All right, Mr. Smith, I think we worked out your audio. Oh, we're still having issues. We still can't hear you. So we'll reach out again. We might have to just have you call in, but we'll have somebody from our office reach out to you. All right, so then we will go to Jason Hornstein. So Jason.
Hello.
Hi, Jason.
Hello, how you doing?
Yep, we can hear you. All right. Well, thanks for appearing before us, Jason. As you probably saw with the prior person, I want to hear about how you ended up with your 2 felony convictions, and then talk about serving your sentence and then what's happened since then. So please proceed.
Okay, hello, my name is Jason Daniel Hornstein. I've been convicted twice of a felony, once in 01 I was off work that day and I was sitting in front of my house and sitting, doing my day off with my friends. And two guys came up to me and asked me, do I know where some good smoke is? And I told them no. And then 30 minutes later, another two guys came up to me and asked me, do I know where some good killer is? And I just said, man, no, go right there. And I just pointed across the street to my house. And the guy went over there, and I went back doing what I was doing, talking to my friends. Next thing you know, the police came and raided that guy. And they grabbed me and they searched Officer Magnum that's in the block. He searched me, and then I didn't have nothing on me. So they let me go. The next thing you know, I was coming out the liquor store a block away. I went and got a half pint of Hennessy. I went to the liquor store. I come out of the liquor store. He pulls up. He's like, hey, my commander said, yeah, I have to take you down. I was like, for what? He said, because you're in part of it. I'm like, part of what? So I went down, went there. They said they had to take me in. They took me in, and I got charged for pointing at a marijuana house. So I took the trial, and I lost. And I ended up doing 6 months in CCC work release because I was a machinist then. And the guy that actually served them the drugs, he had a public defender, and he had been just doing CCC time too. And they lived on my block. And so I just worked, and I couldn't believe that they did that to me. So I just worked and got through it. And then in 2004, I was drinking again, and I had to run in the store. And I went into Walmart and I had to get up some stuff. And the girl was taking so long in the line. Next to know, I was just fucking around, and I stole something that wasn't belonging to me, that was theirs. And I felt bad. Once I got outside, I realized what the fuck I did. And I sat there and waited for a police officer, and the cop came and got me, arrested me. And they took me down, and I got charged for theft. I went in front of the judge twice, and then he was like, in 2001, I went in front of him, he was a drug judge. In 2006, he was a theft judge. And I went in front of Sakovich, he's like, Jason, the crimes you are doing, man. He's like, you're doing teenager crimes, and that really bothered me. So when I went to jail, I evaluated, I couldn't believe I was actually in there, and I had 2 felonies against my name right now. So when I got there, that actually bothered me a lot. I was like, man, I gotta get this off of me and do something in life. So I ended up going to school, get my HSCD in there, and I went to community custody. So they sent me to Oregon right away through my whole time. And so I worked on grounds there. And then once I did all my jobs there, they gave me community custody, work off grounds, and I worked for a whole year. And that wouldn't escaping that. And I worked there for a whole year, and I got released, and I've been holding the job down ever since. And I stopped drinking. I haven't had a drink since 2004, that day that actually happened. And I became a painter now. When I got out, I was still a machinist. I went back to be a machinist, and then my cousin just said, hey, you want to do something else? I said, yeah. So I ended up becoming a painter, and I'm doing good. I love doing what I'm doing. And I lost a few jobs I landed by being a painter. I started my own company, Meet Your Budget Painting, but I still work for Pro subcontract and everything. And I lost my job. I mean, I lost a lot of jobs. I landed high-end jobs because at Mitchell Airport, when I went in and I worked, I did a few days, but they scanned your ID. So the third day I went in there, they told me I can't work there no more because I'm a felon. And I was like, wow, that really bothered me. And then I love doing what I'm doing. So I was like, okay, I can't work there. So I just continue working, doing houses, painting, making people happy. I do a lot of high-end jobs, and I do good work, and all my references, they refer me to job, and then certain jobs, they just run your name. I'm like, and I explain, they know me, and because all my, I get good with the customers, so I end up going to doing their friends' houses, their other family members. But I ended up getting that one customer that runs my name. Next, I no longer can work there, and I want to go further with my job. I want to get licensed and bonded, but being the felony is holding me back. And it's just, I like to go forward with my life. I just work every day with my family. I knew I did what I was wrong. That's the reason why I didn't run that day, and it was just crazy. And the first offense was that I know when I did that by pointing at the mirror, I know I shouldn't even, they said the jury said I shouldn't have directed them to them. And I understood that. So it didn't bother me. It didn't bother me that I got a felony for it, but you know, I just did my time and then got out. But then when I did that Walmart incident, that really bothered me, because then I had 2 felonies. So when I was inside, I just evaluated my life and been better ever since, just working, doing my job and going home, take care of business. But I like to grow my company though, because I do good work and I like to really go far and hand this down to my nephews in the future. In order to do that, I like to get relieved from my felonies that I made a mistake in life when I was young. And I paid for it and realized it was wrong. And, 'cause I never got in trouble. When I did that, I was shocked myself, but it shocked everyone that ever knew me. And it's just crazy. But I just told him, it's like, well, I did it. You do the crime, you gotta pay the time. So I did that, and I'm like, I messed up in life, but I'm human, and I just learned from my mistakes, and I never did nothing since then. I haven't had a drink since 2004 because of that incident. So I just want to get my name clean so I can move forward with my company.
Thanks, Jason. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Holstein. So as part of the application process, people are encouraged but not required to submit letters of support, and you didn't submit any letters.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I can tell you why. I just lost a big job that day. And it was a V100. I was just driving to another job site, a side job, and then and on the radio it said something about pardons. So I stopped and I just listened and and it was the end of summer last year. And I just went to the next I found out, I Googled it and it told me to go down and do all this court stuff. And it was at the last minute. And then once I submitted, I put everything in and I did it all. I went there, got everything. And 2 days later, they sent me to go get my paperwork. And then when I got everything, I was ready to I went straight to the post office and mailed it. And then once I did that, that's when people told me like, hey, you should got a letter from this person, this one. I'm like, wow, I wish I would have did that, because I am loved by everybody, so I am a good person. So yeah, I apologize for not having none of the letters sent in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Holstein, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month or 2 in terms of the outcome of today's process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys listening to me. Thank you very much. And you have a good weekend as well.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. We will next go to Laura Jones. All right, Ms. Jones, you've seen how this works. So if you could start off with by talking about, your felony conviction in terms of what you did in 2006, what happened afterwards, and then why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Certainly. Thank you. I want to start out by introducing myself. My name is Laura Jones. I want to take the time to first thank you so much for having me on today. I'm already getting choked up, so I apologize. It's a blessing to even be here telling my story, so thank you. My crime, I was convicted of second-degree reckless injury from an incident that occurred in 2006. I was sentenced to 30 months initial confinement and 24 months extended supervision. That was subsequently, I filed a motion for reconsideration, and Judge Ramirez flipped those sentences. So I served 24 months initial confinement, 30 months extended supervision. My crimes spawned from a real bad relationship I was in. I met my ex-husband. We married about 2 months later. It was to put it, a very long story short, a very mutually abusive, unhealthy, volatile relationship, which ended on September 4th, 2006. We were at a party at one of his friends' house that night, and after a lot of fighting with multiple people, I ended up stabbing him with a small pocket knife that I carried in my purse. And I've never ran from what I did. I've always admitted my behavior to be very reckless that night. And I took a plea. I took responsibility for everything. I served my 2 years in prison, 30 months extended supervision without incident. That ended. I was released from prison in 2009, successfully completed my extended supervision in 2012. I'm happy to answer anything else when it comes to that part of my life then. Since then, I've done so much. I've been married for 11 years. I have 3 beautiful stepdaughters who I've raised since they were 4 and 5. I've gotten 3 degrees since I've gotten out of prison. I've got my Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from UWM in 2013, sorry. I then went on to Duke University, where I received my post-bachelorate certificate in paralegal studies. And then most recently in 2020, I got my certified event planning certificate. So as far as work, I've worked for Jones Law Firm since 2009, a month after my release from prison. I'm a paralegal there. We are a mostly criminal defense law firm. We focus in Milwaukee County. I also work for Hupy and Abraham. Right now, I'm still on their payroll as a consultant. I was working in their office for a while, but I stay on as a consultant for Hupy and Abraham. I also own 2 businesses. I own a business called Jones Paralegal Services, where I do ad hoc paralegal work for pro se litigants. I also most recently opened up a business called Stretch Studios, where I teach yoga and I sell artwork. So that's kind of my fun business. I'm extremely active in my community. I volunteer in my political party for my county all the time in a variety of different things. I volunteer for Habitat for Humanity, ABATE. I don't know if you know what that is, but we're a motorcycle safety and awareness organization. My husband and I volunteer at Serenity Inns, which is a alcohol and drug treatment halfway house in the inner city of Milwaukee. We serve the guys dinner there. We also do a monthly free legal clinic for the guys. We're very passionate about that. We also volunteer for, the law firm does a lot of work with Camp Reunite and Camp Hometown Heroes. So that's just a few things that I do. I always want to give back. So, and then one other thing I just want to mention, since then in 2020, I received an award from the Wisconsin Law Journal, an Unsung Hero Award. And I think that I included a copy of the article that they published about me in my application. I'm very proud of that award. I think it speaks volumes to who I've become. Basically, the award recognizes members of the legal community that work behind the scenes to make sure the proverbial cog of the criminal justice system stays moving. So I'm very proud of that. And then on to why do I want a pardon? I could talk about this for 4 hours, but I'll keep it brief. First and foremost, it's mostly just a barrier in my life. I've kind of reached the top of where I can go in my career, which my career is fantastic. I'm not saying that, but I can't go to law school. They won't license me. The state bar won't license me. I've also considered getting my private investigator license. That I can't do either. I guess the big thing for me is I always feel like a pardon it's not saying you didn't do something. I've always been open about my crime. I think that a pardon is like the ultimate act of forgiveness from the state of Wisconsin, and that's what I'm seeking. I know everyone in my life has probably moved on from this more than I have. I for the past 16 years, not one day has gone by where I haven't regretted my decisions, and I've yet to forgive myself. And I feel like this would allow me to close this chapter in my life and to really reach the potential that I know I can in life that having this criminal background just won't allow me to. It's just a barrier to my potential. And I think that I'm a different person than I was 15, 20 years ago. And I've submitted a ton of letters of recommendation. I could have gotten more. Personally, why I want this pardon, other than everything I've mentioned, my husband's Canadian. Well, he's got dual citizenship, but his whole family's up there. One of my stepdaughters is there, my in-laws, everyone. And we travel back and forth very, very, very frequently. And inevitably, they're going to ask about my criminal history. And when they do, it's a very real possibility I won't be allowed back there. And that scares me to absolute death. I'd like to not have this in my background and be allowed to confidently travel to see my family without hesitation. So I guess that's it. I'm sure I missed something. I'm certainly welcome to take any questions. And again, I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for taking your time to listen to me today. And I apologize for the emotion. 16 years is a long time, but it still feels like yesterday. So I still get worked up when I think about it. So thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Jones. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Good morning, Ms. Jones. I just have one question. It looks like you were arrested in 2017 for a criminal damage to property that was domestic abuse related. What can you tell us what that was about?
I can. Ultimately, no charges were ever issued, not even a ticket or, I mean, like nothing. It was, this is going to get very emotional too. My husband, we went through a pretty hard time in our marriage back then. He's now been sober since 2018. He's an attorney. He owns the law firm I work for. So this is maybe getting a little personal for his life in the legal community. So I guess I ask for a little discretion in it. Well,
you should just to remind you, this is being live streamed. So
I understand, and this isn't something we run from. So I appreciate it, Your Honor. He struggled with alcoholism very badly. And we separated for about a year and a half. Things got very bad for him. I was at the time seeing another man for a short period of time, and that got a very, let's just say a little volatile as well. And I was the one that ended up calling the police that night. I was very scared for my safety, and as they do a lot in domestic violence situations, they arrest everybody. And I was arrested that night. Again, like I said, no charges were issued. They released me. I didn't even get a ticket. So, but unfortunately, I guess that's a good point, because having this in my background, just the mere fact when you get pulled over, whether it's for speeding or anything, and the police pull your name up, they see something like this on your record, and it doesn't matter who you are now. You're that person on paper. And that's something I'll never get away from, as hard as I try to work in life. I will always be viewed by some people as that person. And I've done nothing in the past 16 years but try to get away from that. And I guess that's all I have to say. So.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Jones, I do have a question. You mentioned that you stabbed a man, but there was nothing around what happened, what took place, what was going on. Could you help me to to understand what was going on?
Absolutely. Like I said, I met my ex-husband in 2005. We got married 2 months later. I would say that the relationship was, we were both young. We were both pretty focused on drinking and partying in that part of our lives. I think that the relationship was very, very, very unhealthy and volatile, and became in many ways mutually abusive. That's kind of how we learned to, I think, communicate with each other. And when we were there was a lot of abuse on both of our parts back then. I was 24 years old. The night the crime occurred, it was Labor Day weekend. We were to a party at one of his friends' house. I didn't really know anybody there. We had, sorry, this is a lot. I had come out of the party and saw my ex-husband interacting with a female at the party, and I ended up getting in a fight with that female. And then when things just kept escalating from there, quite honestly, I was scared for myself for a number of different reasons in our relationship. That's just how I felt that night. I will never try to blame anyone else for what happened other than myself, because my behavior, how I dealt with that situation that night, was reckless. It was, and that's why I pled to what I did. My behavior was reckless, and I felt in that moment scared for my safety, and that's how I felt like I could save myself from the situation. I've obviously, hindsight's always 20/20, right? When you have a clear head and it's all these years later, it's so easy to see all the different ways you could have dealt with something differently, but I didn't in that moment. And I don't know if I will ever forgive myself for hurting him like I did. But that's not for you guys to worry about. That's an internal thing. So I don't know if that answers your question at all, but I'm certainly willing to follow up with questions if you need more.
No, that was fine. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, Ms. Jones, thanks for appearing before us. I know it's not an easy forum to talk about these issues. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Happy Veterans Day if any of you are veterans.
Thank you. All right. Next, we will be going to Christopher Bauer, and then we'll be jumping back. We do have a victim who wants to make a statement, but we'll go to Mr. Bauer first and then jump back. So Christopher Bauer, if you're on. All right, well, thanks, Mr. Bauer. You've seen how this works, so please proceed.
All right. When my offenses happened, I was very young. I was 15 or 16, 15, 16, 17 in that time frame. I was in a very mentally difficult time in my life. My mom had MS, and I had essentially raised her my entire life, taking care of her, and I smoked pot for the first time, and it was a complete release of mentally everything that I had been going through in my life in my teenage years, and I just lost it. I went over the edge, and I gained access to drugs, and I just didn't care at that point in my life anymore. So I continued to do drugs, and I blamed my mom for how I felt, and I continued to slip down the hill. And I got arrested many times. My mom called the police on me many times, which subsequently added charges. It was not great. At that time of my life, I really had no hope anymore of living. And I had sorry, I just sometimes thinking back, it was a long time ago. Obviously I'm here. There, I had been in and out of drug treatment. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little off. Back to the charges. So I accumulated a lot of charges. I was placed in Washington County Jail for a considerable amount of time. As I said before, I've been arrested many times. I continued to jump bail, and finally the judge said that there was going to be $50,000 in cash bail at 17 years old, 16 or 17. I sat in straight time for 3 months, I think. And sat there with everybody else that was in jail and waited to go through my time. And when you're sitting there in jail, you just have nothing else to think about but how you made a mess of your life. And then you think about everything else that comes along with that, contemplating where you go from here, if anything can ever be turned around. I was I loved the outdoors. I had wanted to be a game warden when I had grown up. And obviously with the amount of felonies and charges I was seeing, it was never ever going to be a possibility. But somewhere deep down inside, I held on to hope. And hope is sometimes all you got. And my mom, who I had blamed for everything in my life. I don't know if I said she had MS, but it was, and we were very poor growing up. So there's a lot of other mental barriers, I guess, that are trauma that I had used as an excuse, or I don't even know, in doing drugs and stuff. And I got a chance. My mom, she was in a wheelchair. I had said horrible things to her. And between her and my grandma, they bailed me out of jail for $50,000. And if I wouldn't have gotten bailed out, I'd probably be in prison right now today, because I was able to get out and show up until sentencing that I was worthwhile or worthy of being in public, which it took some time to become a decent human being. I mean, you facing all that, and then you just want to show everybody. But I stayed out of trouble. I went through my sentencing, and I got to the point where we went to sentencing, and fortunately for me, I was able be bailed out. Not everybody gets that opportunity after so many screwing up. And my dad had abandoned me. He said, you got yourself in to this, you can get yourself out. So without my mom and my grandma, who were the only ones that believed in me, sorry, I was able to show that at least there was some hope in there. And went before Judge Becker, and he gave me a chance. He imposed a long state sentence for probation or into the system, and then he gave me enough rope to, enough rope to hang myself if I wanted to. And it was tough going a couple of years. I messed up a couple times. I was on probation, and then I got somebody. I was at a halfway house after I had served my time. So I had served the 3 months straight time of just discussing my sentence. And then I was sentenced to, I think it was 9 months to, I can't remember exactly the sentence, but it was either between 9 months, an additional 6 months, or 9 more months. Sorry, I don't know, can't remember offhand. And that was with Huber, and I was allowed to, and half of that was straight time. So I sat the rest of the time straight time, and then I was able to get out for the remaining part in Huber, which as I had said, my mom had MS. My mom and my dad got divorced when I was 16. So that didn't help things. And so I had been a primary caretaker of my mom my entire life, and my brother as well. So I was able to get out on Huber, and I took care of my mom. And then I would go back to jail and did that until I was out. And then, as I was sharing earlier, that I had messed up quite a few times, or messed up being drinking, or I was drinking. And then I got sent to the halfway house in Kewaskum, and for 3 months, and I graduated from there. And then I continued. Then I become a commercial diver, and you make $200 an hour or something like that. And I said, well, that's interesting, and that'd be cool. I was on probation, and after I got out of there, I started looking into that and talked with my probation officer. It was sometime after that, and then I was approved, and I went over to New Jersey and got my commercial diver's license, which that means commercial diver. A lot of times people don't really understand what that is, but that's work construction underwater. And I did that for many years. And then I had, during this time, since my sentencing, I had gotten a couple drunk drivings, 3 of them to be exact, the last one 2006. And I was still diving off and on then, and I was roofing and and I had always wanted to go back to school. I had always wanted to go to school, college. My parents never would ever pay for anything of that. So finally I had my opportunity, and I went back to school after started college at Washington County, the 2-year school, got my associate's degree. I transferred up to Stevens Point, UW Stevens Point, where I graduated with 2 degrees, one in zoology, the other one in biology, yeah, as well as a minor in GIS, which is a geographical information system. Throughout that time, I was still diving whenever I had opportunities with school break or winter room, and it was great. And I hear a lot of people talk about how education isn't that important, but I even after everything, me paying for it and the struggles of working through that, I still would, and the cost of it, I still would do it again today. I did graduate in 2012.
I'm just going to jump in because you've been very, very thorough, but I want to make sure we have time for questions from the board. And I'll just start with one. Can you tell me a little bit more about your sobriety? Like, do you still drink? Do you go to AA or anything like that, considering your OWI incidents?
I don't go to AA or anything like that. I really don't drink that much. Every once in a while, I will have a drink, but I didn't get to the part where I started my own company, Bauer Wildlife, which is if you have squirrels or raccoons or animals or anything you want removed, I can remove them. I also complete the repairs, damages from them. So from time to time, I still do drink occasionally, but it's not, I don't drink and drive. I that stuff anymore. Don't do drugs. I don't have time to, if I were to get in any more trouble with, my company would disappear and my life would disappear along with it. And
no, understood. Thanks. Other questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Bauer. You may have heard me ask this question of previous applicants, but you didn't submit any letters of support with your application, and it's not required, but I'm curious as to why you chose not to.
I really didn't want to bother anybody in my life with something like that from my past. I had lots of people that would have gladly and happily done that for me. In particular, some people I met up in Stevens Point where I went to school. My grandparents are no longer around, and he was one of the ones he became kind of like a grandfather figure to me, more so parental figure than my own dad. And I didn't want people to get their hopes up for something that may not happen. I should have, and I didn't. I just didn't, and I should have, and I apologize for that. And I certainly could get lots from even customers of mine that have me, and I help. Yeah,
that's fine. As I said, it's not required. I was just curious why you chose not to, but thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Bauer, for appearing before us. I know it's not an easy thing to do. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process, but I appreciate your time and candor and hope you have a good weekend.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right. We're going to jump back to Dan Schrader, who is the victim in the Laura Jones matter that we just heard. So Dan, we got your letter, so we had an opportunity as a board to read through that, but if there's anything else you want to comment or share with us, please feel free to do so now. Alternatively, you can also do another written submission, but feel free to proceed.
Thank you. So I have a lot to say. I will do my best to make it go along as expedient as possible for us. The story offered by Laura, both today and her testimony, as well as in her statement, contains dishonest, deceitful, and slanderous fabrications. This is not the first time that she's done this, especially in regards to this case. I have watched her exploit the limits of our legal system and lie her way through this criminal case and the related civil case. I believe that she is using the limits of the board's familiarity with her, with this case, and the limits imposed by time and the ability of this board to verify the false statements that she puts forth. I know that there's no way that she actually believes the story that she puts forth because it's so outlandish and not at all what really occurred between us in our relationship prior to the stabbing, as well as at the event that when she stabbed me. She, in my experience with her, she has very little compassion or empathy for anyone but herself. She's very often, she's dishonest and exaggerates in ways to improve her life in, whatever ways that she sees fit, basically, and, any type of challenges that come up for her. I met her at my brother's wedding, and we became very close very fast. We got married very early. It was a rush, marriage and everything, but she, like, a couple of weeks into the marriage, she had a mental breakdown sort of thing, and with panic attacks and such like that. And we went to a psychiatrist at that time, and she got into medications and such. And she was diagnosed with some things at that time related to her medical condition or her mental issues at that point. And I took her to counseling. She was in intensive outpatient treatment for about a month and a half, did a little bit of inpatient as well, I think just a few days. Throughout that time, I was very supportive of her, and I really did everything that I could to, be the best husband to her that I could. There was no sort of abuse of any kind upon from me to her at any point in time. There were some instances in which she blackmailed me, threatened me with. She threatened to say that I had abused her. If, for instance, there was an incident in which she was upset that I wanted to go to Milwaukee to accept a job, and I wanted to start there sooner than later. So I wanted to go down there and stay down there during the week. And she was upset that I wasn't going to be staying with her. And so she threatened to kill herself and hurt herself if I left, but she also threatened to make up some phony abuse allegations and get me in some sort of trouble for that. She did it a couple of times. I took her to the psychiatrist that we had established her with and that, she was seeing. And she was very apologetic at that time. She didn't, she wanted to reconcile the marriage and, get back together. That was the deal. But she overreacted to this kind of thing quite a bit. And anyway, this doctor, he proposed that I was working in real estate at the time. This doctor thought that because I was familiar with legal contracts and things like that, that if she were to put in writing that she promised never to do this again and also admit what she did, that might be enough for us to remedy this relationship. So that is what occurred. I had what was given to me as a quote behavioral contract, it was called, when I was in high school. In order for me to go to the high school, they wanted me to behave a specific, standard sort of way. And so I had this document. I modified it a little bit to suit for our purposes. She made one as well that was exclusive to me. she presented these things in the trial and at the civil case and tried to paint me as like a controlling person or act like this was like some sort of way. She was just looking for basically justification and sympathy for herself, for her situation, because of what she did to me. Though there was no truth to any of this that she's presenting. And so anyway, I would like to point out, let's see here, like she characterizes herself as codependent in our relationship, and that was true, okay, but she also characterized herself as trapped in the very same relationship. That's not at all the case. She was not trapped in any sort of relationship whatsoever. As I indicated, I actually did ask her for a divorce on 2 occasions. Both times she threatened to either kill herself or get me arrested for phony abuse allegations. So, and she, unfortunately, in some of the other things that had occurred with her, she had done some like self-inflicted cuts and such on herself. There's some documentation of these things that she also lied about, and there's documentation of that. She's in the civil case, she tried to frame me for those things as well. So this is a very challenging thing for me to have to address again. I mean, this is pardon me, but thank you for bearing with me. There's a lot more that I'd like to get through. Anyways, let's see here. I have a little note from her doctor, the doctor that I had seen, Dr. Lee, who had helped us work out this issue with the divorce thing. And he's saying for a total 16 visits, during most of these visits, her then husband.
Excuse me, Ryan, I'm sorry, but I'm getting a little concerned about what's being disclosed on a public setting about between doctor and patient. And I really, with all respect, sir, I understand you're the victim in this case, and I understand that you're opposed to her pardon, and that you've, told us a number of times that that what she presented is not accurate. I understand that, but this is, in my opinion, and I could be overruled by the chair, but this isn't really the venue to retry what happened between the two of you, or the civil case or the criminal case. She's applied for a pardon, you're opposed to it, and we have to make a decision.
Yeah, Mr. Scherer, thanks, Jeff. Could you just describe for us concisely, like what happened afterwards though? Like what was the impact the crime had on you in terms of your recovery and everything?
I had to have this exploratory surgery in which they sliced me open from like the pubic line to the sternum, and they opened my chest. They took all the organs out and they put them back. They cleaned them off and they inspected them for damage. Basically, the knife went into this side of my chest, and it went over onto this side of my chest, and it went into my liver 1.5 inches onto this side. So it was stuck in, twisted, pushed in, went over to this side, and hit the liver at that point. So I had the surgery. It was extremely painful to recover from that. I mean, I'm all right. I had slight complications, nothing too serious, but the biggest thing is certainly the post-traumatic stress disorder from the trauma and everything that has occurred. And since a particular excuse me, I did have some later problems with my liver, as far as I had some elevated enzymes and such like that. They're all right now. I was on medication for my post-traumatic stress disorder until 2019. Now off of that. And I'm able to handle this with my own tools, meditations and such like that.
No, that's helpful, Mr. Schrader. I'm just gonna get, just because we do have some time constraints, I know this is not an easy form and really appreciate your candor with us. It really does have a big impact on our decision-making. I just want to open up briefly to the board if any other board members have questions. So any other questions from the board? Like I said, but I do appreciate your time, Mr. Schrader. And we did, yeah. Go ahead.
There were some things within her. There was a lot that I did not get to say. I mean, my statement was quite lengthy, so I assume that you'll be reviewing that extra detail. I very much appreciate it. As far as the things that she did say today, I want to bring to your attention. One of the things that she says is she said she was fighting with multiple people when the stabbing occurred. That's not the case at all. She was She burst out the door thinking that there was something going on with me and this other woman. Whatever the case was with that, she thought that. And she attacked this other woman, and that fight was stopped. The two of them were separated. The other woman was walking away, and there was no one else. There was no one else that was fighting or violent or anything of that nature. You know, at certain points in the case, she changed this. Like initially, she said that the other woman had a knife and she was threatening it. And I go through that in my statement, and you can. Thoroughly, but then she changes it. You know, now it's, I don't know. She keeps changing it, and you know, now it was a fight between a bunch of people. And on the statement, it says it was a fight between her and me. Before that, when she was in the trial, it was a fight between her and Sable. So I don't know what you want to believe with that. But anyways, she, as far as her saying, she's these barriers. Well, she puts up the barriers for herself. So that's that's fine. Let's see here. I mean, if she hasn't had a problem getting into Canada so far and she goes there so much, then I don't see why that's an issue for her, that she would require this for that.
Yeah, I think, no, I really appreciate it. I know this is a lot, and it's difficult to relive, traumatic experiences like that, but I do appreciate your time. If there is anything else, Mr. Schroeder, after we get done today, and you do want to send anything additional in, feel free. I know you've been in contact with our office, so you have our contact information, so please feel free to do that. But like I said earlier, I really appreciate your participation today. It does have a big impact on our decision-making process, and we will fully consider this, but appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we will be going, I think we're going to try, and hopefully third time's a charm, for Jutiki Smith. So I believe you called in this time, Mr. Smith. And so if you could just unmute yourself. All right, is that you, Mr. Smith?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Awesome, wonderful.
All right. So you've seen how this goes, but we're gonna, just as a reminder to everybody on here, if we can please be concise. So you have about 5 minutes. I'm gonna be holding people to that 5 minutes so we can get through. But if you can just briefly describe what happened with your felony convictions, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Yes, okay, I can do that. First of all, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you guys for the opportunity to be before you. I give all God all the glory and the honor to be before you. Thank you so much. In 2005, 2006, I made a terrible decision, a poor choice, a poor judgment within my character. I was convicted and charged and guilty as charged. Possession of THC, cocaine, first offense, second offense, which I had in my possession. During that particular time, prior to that, 2002, I was charged with a misdemeanor. And that stemmed from me not taking ownership within a domestic relationship with my older daughter's mom, along with that continual habitual gambling habit that led to me drinking and using marijuana and ecstasy at that time in 2002. Which I never got help or treatment with that situation. So I was in denial for the most from 2002 leading up to the 2005, 2006 conviction. And I did make poor judgment and poor decisions. And as I look back over 17 years, I really didn't even have to even get involved in using or soliciting drugs. But then once being raised from Chicago and having seen my mom grow up in an abusive relationship and always trying to, as a young child, she gave me away at 3 years old, and I was raised by my grandparents who were older age, around 60 years old, raising a young man without absenteeism of my father. So as I transitioned from Chicago in 1991, and then I went on to college, played basketball, got a full scholarship for UWM, got into the School of Education, went into the School of Education, graduated in 98, and then in 2002, I received my misdemeanor, which expelled me from teaching in Milwaukee Public Schools, which I worked so hard to get into, but situations, financial stability, trying to please my daughter's mom and in the domestic relationship, trying to please my family who was brought up and around the drug and crime infested family. And I tried to distance myself, but it was so hard trying to please being the first in my generation to go to college, attend college, and still be around my family. It pulled me into the situation where I was losing my checks and teaching checks. I had a gambling habit. Then I just caught the misdemeanor. My daughter's mother called the authorities on me in Glendale, and I was guilty as charged as that crime and possession. But then after that, I did my sentencing. I completed my probation in 2005, 2006, 2007. I completed it. I went on to obtain my master's degree in administrative leadership, where I became a principal for 9 years, for K-4 through 12th grade administrative principal. And now I've been employed since then with no new criminal drug charges since 2005, 2006, and obtained, actually in the process of attaining year 2 of my PhD at Cardinal Stritch University to obtain my doctoral program in higher education in administrative leadership. And currently I've been in education for 28 years, and I made the bad choices and decisions because it was my choice. And I made bad judgment because I was trying to fit in and trying to make people at that age with no other prior records prior to 2002 and prior to 2005, 2006. And now I'm actually was a principal, and I'm currently in my school now at Milwaukee Rescue Mission, where I'm currently employed as a teacher to pursue and focus on my PhD program and my PhD program at Cardinal Stritch. I'm an ordained elder. I have my ordination license. I preach the gospel and the word of God throughout the state and throughout the United States, preaching the gospel. And I did a capacity as the youth president, youth coordinator. I've taught and preached the gospel at Waupun, RCI, and basically telling my students in the community to learn from my mistakes. And it was a costly mistake. But then I also tell my youth and my students today that to use their personal experience as a life experience and make better choices and decisions. In addition to that, I work with Senator Taylor, the former Tom Mayor Barrett, to work with the Earn to Learn program. And I've tutored Senator Taylor's son and worked with the programming for the Prison Reentry Initiative program, along with teaching the gospel to the youth coordinator, prison ministry, and also too working with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Milwaukee, where I currently still preside and work at now.
Thanks,
and the reason why
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, and the reason why I'm sticking this part is a few opportunities. I'm looking at one. I'm in business partner with my daughter, who she's 22 years old. Has 2 daycares. She's a daycare owner at 22 years old. My second daughter, through marriage, she's 22. She's a Marquette graduate and just got accepted into Marquette dental program 3 days ago. And then my son, he's a Wauwatosa Women's Honor Roll 3.6 basketball star phenom, AAU phenom. And I just want to make sure that I try to be that example for them. And me and my wife married for 14 years, and I didn't have that stability early in my life. I didn't know God. I didn't have God. Now God has allowed me to go through this path and this journey to be a blessing, to use my life as a testimony to somebody else, to be that hope to someone else in the same places where I used to use drugs and now I don't use drugs, and so now I go and reach those people and those individuals who may have dealt and felt with this experience that I have went through with my bad and poor decisions and choices.
All right, thanks, Mr. Smith, and congratulations on raising some very successful kids there. That's quite the accomplishment. Questions from the board? All right, well, you're very thorough. Thanks for appearing before us, Mr. Smith. As you heard me tell the prior applicants, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, and be blessed.
Thank you. Take care. All right, next we'll hear from Troy Blanchard. So Troy, there you are. If you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself. So Troy, you've seen how this goes, so please proceed.
Yes, thank you for having me. I guess, first of all, my felony charges stem from 5 counts of forgery that I committed in 1989. The forgeries were a culmination of things that I had been doing wrong, misdemeanors, theft, stealing, leading up to that time. What I did to get those felony charges is I had a fake ID that I used to go to the bars at college. And then, I went and schemed and got some checks made at a bank with that fake ID. And I started writing checks and that resulted in the forgery. I grew up a throwaway kid. I was raised in a broken home, abusive home. We were poor. I don't feel like, at that time, I didn't get the intrinsic needs met that I felt like I needed to survive. I feel like that I was young enough and dumb enough at the time that I committed these crimes that I thought if I had stuff, that people would like me, that I would feel okay about myself. And obviously, everybody goes through things. Everybody's got a story. Most of them don't end up being convicted felons. So even though there were reasons maybe that I think I might have done this, my crimes were in 1989. So I don't know the math, but it's 30 some years ago. I guess I don't make an excuse. I'm to blame. I'm the reason I'm on your computer right now because of things I did. My sentence went okay. I had 14 months incarceration. Well, actually 20, but I was released early from that. I had 7 years extended probation. I was released early from that. I made all my restitution. I wrote every victim a letter. This is a long time ago, but I'm not proud of it. I earned it though. That was something that I went to try to make me feel better about myself. It was stupid. I wouldn't condone it now. I wouldn't condone it with my kids. Since that conviction for my 5 felony counts, I got my college degree, Bachelor of Social Work and Psychology. I was turned down for licensure. And so then I didn't pursue that career. Let's see. I've done different jobs. I kind of got in the construction field because they're more forgiving if people have felonies. My life really turned around with faith and family. I've been married for 25 years. My wife, she's a teacher. We've raised 2 kids now in their 20s, thriving. One's a college athlete doing well, and one's a musician who actually just released his first song today. We've had a good family. I've developed skills to help me cope with the things way back when that was going on. So here we are 30 some years later. I'm a referee. I coach youth sports in the community. I do one of our major fundraisers here in this community. I have up until a few years ago, just because it was time to hand it off. I work with the people in the school board. But for some of those things, I have to do background checks, obviously, and I think that that's legitimate, and you should have to. But it's cumbersome. It's, then I always have to talk about it. And again, it's my responsibility, so I brought that on myself. I'd like to continue with public service. I've been asked to be on the school board and the town board. Those are things I can't do right now. But I'm here before you just because I feel like it's time. I was back in front of the parole commission, or I'm not parole, the pardon advisory board in maybe early 2000s and was denied. And I believe their reasoning mostly was that it hadn't been enough time since I had committed crimes and they were worried about reoffending. So I think, you can tell me maybe better than I even know, but it's been maybe another 17, 18 years since that time. So I'm back.
Thanks, Mr. Blanchard. Two questions for you. One is, it looks like you had an arrest in 1998, misdemeanor theft in a business setting, which you're convicted of. What happened there?
Yeah, I took some money. It was 97. I wasn't yet married. I didn't have any kids at that time. And I'm going back to saying that faith and family kind of changed my ways because I didn't want to be that person. I took some money from the business because I was broke, and instead of working my way out of it, I took the easy way out. So, some people have alcohol and drug dependency issues where they, relapse. This was kind of my thing. I relapsed. I made a bad decision. And again, it's been 25 years, and I've gotten away from that. I learned how to manage that, and I started working my butt off. And I earned the things that I have instead of trying to take them.
Second question I have for you. It looks like at least your son is into hunting. Do you possess a gun yourself?
No.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Cindy?
Yeah, it looks like from the records, Mr. Blanchard, that there's still some restitution owed on your cases. Have you had any civil judgments placed on you for those, or?
No, and I don't like to be combative with you, but I don't know that I agree because I was released from supervision early, and one of the stipulations of being released early was to have that all paid. So
and that's, you're not being combative at all. You're just replying. And we get records, and sometimes they're not always completely accurate. So the records here show that you have some unpaid restitution, but I appreciate your response.
Sure.
Jeff?
So just a quick follow-up on that. How much restitution do you think you paid on these?
Oh, less than $10,000. And, it was for the checks that had been written, to cover all the costs that all the businesses had to incur to, come after me for doing those things. I doubt it. I paid what the judge had asked or put in the record.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Blanchard, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in a month or two in terms of the outcome, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we will hear from Jeffrey Ditzenberger. So Jeffrey. All right, there you are. Well, you've seen how this works. So the next 5 minutes are yours, and then I'll open up for questions. So please proceed.
All right, good morning and happy Veterans Day for anyone on here who's a veteran. It is a kind of an important day for those of us that have served. So my name is Jeff Ditzenberger. I was convicted of arson, Class B felony, back in, pled no contest on 10/19 of 1992. Started my jail term on 1/19 of 1993, of which I served 8 months and did 240 hours of community service, plus 5 years of probation, and also paid $10,000 in restitution plus some court costs. One of the things that I am super adamant about since I've done this, and I didn't tell anybody for a long time until 2014, was that alcohol and depression and PTSD and a whole bunch of other things had become a big part of my life. And I actually tried to end my life the night that I lit the fire. Now, I know a lot of you are probably like, well, there's a lot easier ways to do that. You're right, there is. And I still think that there was some divine intervention and there was some reasoning behind why the events that transpired. At the time, though, I was less embarrassed to admit that I had mental problems than I was less embarrassed to admit that I had been arrested for felony arson as a volunteer firefighter and a former military personnel than I was of admitting that I had a lot of mental problems going on. I had tried to reach out to friends. I got told the same thing all the time. Suck it up, buttercup. Things will be better tomorrow. You know, people have got it worse than you, you know, kind of the classic things that we hear. In 2014, I was asked, I got elected as Greene County Farm Bureau president. I had been asked to write a blog. For those of you that don't remember what those were, we used to put these little things together and put them on the internet and people would read them. And I did one on mental health in men, and they weren't in farmers. I've been farming most of my life and going to print it and ended up printing it. And in the process of doing that, I was asked to speak at Madison, Dane County's Safe Communities Guys Night Out. When I did that, I didn't really know what I was going to talk about for sure. I knew the subject was mental health, but I wrote a speech, and I'm terrible at writing speeches, mostly because I can't read my own penmanship. But when they introduced me and talked about my Navy career, one of the things that I mentioned was one of the largest ships. I was on the second largest displacement ship next to an aircraft carrier, and we had to have a tugboat that would get us into port. And I talked about how that tugboat made us feel safe and got us back to where we needed to be and got us home safely, or picked us up in the middle of the water if we were having problems. And on the way home that night, I said to my best friend, Scott, I said, dude, I want to start a nonprofit. And his first reply was, well, you already farm. Do you really need another one? And I said, well, I want to do something that helps people. Like, I'm tired of this secret that I have. And he's like, what secret? And so I told him what had happened. And eventually him and I came up with the acronym TUGS, talking, understanding, growing, and supporting, because even big ships need little ships sometimes. We filed for nonprofit status with the idea behind doing away with or addressing the stigmas of mental health amongst men, veterans, farmers, and of course, everybody else. We have a board of directors. I have spoke publicly numerous times. I have been with Charlie Behrens on a podcast. I've been on stage with him trying to get this message out. But one of the things that my felony conviction does is there's a few grants that nonprofits can't get if you have a felony conviction. I've also been very much wanting to get into the public government sector, and you can't run for any public offices, obviously, with a felony conviction as well. I've had numerous people that have asked me, and I never in my wildest dreams thought that something that I did that was so bad would ever turn into what it has become. I'm also a certified peer specialist now. I just got my certification recently. I'm also a certified mental health coach. I have attended every self-help seminar I can. I read as many books as I can. I do some stand-up comedy. That doesn't mean that I just stand up and everybody laughs, but I do actually have some good jokes, but don't ask me to do one on the spot because I really suck at that part. So basically, I want to still continue to hopefully do a couple of things. One, to enter some of the segments that I'd like to get into and be able to apply for some of these grants to help out my nonprofit, to then turn around and help others. You know, one of the things that I do that I'm very, very proud of is, as you can see, I've got a full beard right now. I grow this thing out starting in September so that I can be Santa for our community. I've been doing that for 15 years. We collect a lot of stuff for the homeless and the veterans that are suffering, that kind of stuff. And we hand it out. I do an average of 50 to 60 appearances. Not as much as the real Santa, I understand, but it's still a pretty huge undertaking. And I want to be able to help, you know, have a little more financial means to do some bigger, better things with that. And honestly, at the end of the day, I just want to inspire people that you can be at a low point and you don't have to do something as foolish as what I did and go through all of that over so many years. And, you know, people ask me when I'm on stage after I get done, you know, do you ever get tired of talking about what you did? And I do, but I know that it comes with a purpose and it comes with a reason. And I'm going to continue doing that regardless. If I were to be honored to receive a pardon, I understand that does not erase what happened. I will never forget that night. I think about it continuously, literally every day, but now I'm using it for good as much as I can. So thank you for your time and consideration. I hopefully didn't go over my time limit.
No. Thanks, Ms. You had a lot to cover. One question I have for you, can you tell me a little bit about your 2016 OWI? What happened? Are you still drinking?
No,
I went blanks for me.
Yep, I went through a really toxic marriage. Came home from a sales trip and found out that my wife had been sleeping with a hired help. Got into drinking pretty heavily again. Kind of had a chip on my shoulder. Got the OWI, and no, alcohol is. I mean, luckily, I was never addicted to drugs, but I know I'm addicted to alcohol. And that's one of those things that I definitely, caution people about the dangers of doing that. Thank God that night, nobody got hurt, nobody got killed or anything like that, because I wouldn't have been able to live with myself. But no, the alcohol is no longer, I mean, I'm still an alcoholic. I'm always going to be an alcoholic, but I'm not drinking and driving. So,
No, thanks, Jeffrey. Other questions from the board? All right, well, you're very thorough, so thank you for appearing before us. Like you've heard me say a number of times, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process, but appreciate your time, and thank you for mentioning Veterans Day and for your service.
Thank you. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Take care. All right, next we will hear from Quenwan Neal. All right, there we go, Mr. Neal. So you've seen how this goes. The next 5 minutes are yours, so go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. First, I want to start off saying good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to start out by saying I take full responsibility for my actions. I've worn that on my sleeve. Some things that I can't undo. I've always taken pride in standing up and being accounted for, So with that being said, my first charge was in 1996. Keep in mind, I'm 43. I stole a candy bar. Yes, I stole a candy bar. I got in trouble for it. I got a spanking for it. They considered it a burglary. I was part of a burglary. The corner store was broken into and everybody ran in and grabbed something. So I grabbed candy bars. My next crime after that being that, I was growing up in the inner city at a time where I didn't have a father, unlike a lot of people. I come from a broken home like a lot of people, and I thought that was cool. All my friends was locked up. It wasn't that bad, right? So I'm in the car driving around. We got pulled over. They told me it was stolen. So in a stolen car, possession of a stolen vehicle, right? So I get locked up for that. So they made sure every time I did anything, they tapped me right on the behind. So I started to come up. I finished school. I got out. It was a heavy, strong street and gang presence still. I kept going back to the same environment. I'm noting this. So I ended up in possession of a firearm, not aggravated, but possession of a firearm. And that was illegal for more than one reason. I wasn't 18 and I didn't have proper paperwork. So I wasn't like aggravated. I wasn't like running around harming people or anything of that nature. It's just basically having something I shouldn't have had, despite, my fears of where I lived. So here it is. I go to prison. I get sentenced. I did 7 years. I was released. That was like in 2000. Since then, I right away I had a child, a daughter. I got full custody of her. I took care of her. I raised her. She's now 22 and in college. I've then also been married for 19 years. I also have a 9-year-old girl and a 6-year-old boy. And I've been to college. I have several different certificates, building maintenance and repair, asbestos supervisor. I've worn many hats over the years. I have to constantly reinvent myself because, you know, every now and then I'll get a job and it'll come creeping up on you, you know. Even a job that I'm currently working. And I'm also a business owner currently. Me and my wife, we run a business. We buy and sell homes. We also have boarding homes for people who can't find a place to live. So we could create a living history for those people. It's really hard for people to get an opportunity to live somewhere if they have no history. So we have this platform. I have been around the world several times, a lot of places I couldn't go. You know, I've taken my daughter around the world. I've spoken at schools. I was in entertainment for over 12 years. You name it. I've worn the hat. I work. You can see now, I do solar panel installation. When I'm not doing that, I'm working on my own properties. When I'm not doing that, I'm working with ServPro because a lot of these jobs, you know, they pay well, but they're not sticklers for your history like that. And most good paying jobs, regardless of how long it was, it's like, I guess that's why I created an opportunity for people who want to live, because sometimes they just don't give us the opportunity to show what we're worth. And then, you know, so anyway, thus far, I have a little boy. I'm so proud of him. And one thing I have continuously showed him is that nothing can stop you. I've been an example to a lot of inner city youth. I've worked with a lot of inner city youth. I've been a parenting teacher for the state of Wisconsin. I've sort of like the brother earlier said, I have gone through so much that I was able to utilize what I've gone through as an experience to show them that no matter what, you can overcome anything. And that's why I'm at your mercy now. That's why we're here today, because I feel like this is a next step in my evolution. Nothing has really stopped me. Nothing has stopped me from achieving anything really in life. You know, there are certain labels or certain titles or certain things that I can't do, or that certain businesses, ventures, me and my wife, we can't cross those thresholds. But most of all, most importantly, the example to my son. You know, like I said, I have a 22-year-old daughter and I have a 9-year-old daughter. So I know you're supposed to love your kids the same, but my son, this is my son. And I have to show him that you can do anything. If you do what these people ask of you, if you stay clean, no matter what, even if you bump your head along that journey, if you stay true to yourself and your goal, it has to come back. You have to get reciprocated somehow. You have to somehow, life has to somehow give it back to you and show you that it's okay to mess up and it's okay to be graced, to have another opportunity. That's why I'm here. I'm here because I need your assistance to help show him and other youth, other young Black men who were lost, who were part of the throwaway generation. I was part of the 220 program. So yes, I also had an opportunity to be educated outside of the city. So I was also educated. I just wasn't disciplined and I didn't have that discipline. Now I have become that discipline. I have become that rock. And I want to show these young men, as well as my own son, that if you do what they ask of you to the T, check off all the things, nothing can stop you. That's where I'm at in life right now. I don't know if you can see it. I'm not I'm so at peace with who I've become through my journey. I've graced so many people. I've blessed so many people with just letting them know that I've been there too. And by them seeing that and seeing me, a lot of them were deterred from going the way I went. A lot of them were, and a lot of them are, and will continue to be. Because like I said, I will continue to be and continue to strive for excellence. But I felt like I did my turn. I did everything that was asked of me. I take full responsibility for my actions. I don't hide behind nothing. I just want that opportunity to show my family and my friends and my people that redemption is real. It's not about persecution.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Neal, and thanks for sharing your story. It is a good one. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Neal.
Good morning.
This goes back a way, and as you pointed out, you were a young man back when you were sent to prison. But a lot of men in prison, strive to get to minimum security, and you got to minimum security and you escaped.
Mm-hmm. You want? Yes.
Yeah. Tell me about that. What was that?
I am so glad you brought that up. Okay, so basically, the day that I was supposed to leave, my grandfather is a heavyweight boxer. He was one of the first Black men to own his own home on the east side of Milwaukee. He came to visit me, and he said, I never forget. He said, "So you ready? You ready for this? Is you ready?" And I said, "Yeah, Granddaddy, I'm ready. I can handle all this. I'm gonna take care of it all. I got this." He was referring to life. For some reason, a guard, now just keep in mind, I know I'm leaving. I know I am out the door tomorrow morning, right? This guard says that, "Mr. Neal, is that a threat?" I said, "What? Whoa, what do you mean, is that a threat?" He says, "I heard what you said. You're going to take care of it all." I said, "Sir, I don't know what you perceive from what I'm saying, but I'm talking with my grandfather, and he's talking about me being prepared to be released." He said, "Your visit is terminated." Yeah, right? So I go upstairs. I go to my room. It was a minimum. You could go outside. You could do it. I went upstairs. I went to my room. I laid on my bed. I didn't think that that he would. So they called me. "Quenwan, Neal, could you come down to the front?" So in the halfway house, there was a front way and a back way. Well, I was still a young fox. I don't deny that. So I went down the back way. In this long hallway, I see a bunch of guards with their arms behind their back, waiting, looking on me coming down the front stairs. And I said, "Wow, this dude is locking me. It's starting all over again." And being impulsive, irrational, and also feeling like I can't win. I'm not going to win against this guy. He's an officer. I'm just a criminal. That's the perspective when you don't see things through. I chose to run. I chose to go party. And like I was probably about 18, 17, something up in there. I chose to go feel that feel. And I also turned myself in. They didn't have to come looking for me. I turned myself in. And I also made sure I went and explained to my grandfather what happened so that he understood, because I felt like I couldn't win. So, like I said, I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I learned from all encounters, man. So yeah. I invite that. Thank you.
No, I appreciate the response. So you were out about 10 days in escape status. So what happened at the end of those 10 days that you thought that was enough partying, or what was the deal?
Well, within that 10 days, I ended up staying with my cousin's girlfriend while he was locked up. So I was staying with her and he was locked up. And we just being brass tacks. My cousin who was locked up, R.I.P., he told me, he said, "Cousin, when life gets good for you, they're gonna come for you. When you decide to get your head out of your butt, they're gonna come for you, and you're gonna have to start all over again.
Yeah.
And I had to, at every major point in my life, I had to, what they say, keep it real with myself. I had to be honest. No matter how much I didn't like it, I had to man up, and I had to take responsibility once again for poor choices.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
regardless of the reason,
Yeah.
I should have wrote that out. I didn't. I chose otherwise.
Well, I appreciate your response, Mr. Neal. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, Mr. Neal, thanks for appearing before us. You've heard me say it before, but you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Have a good weekend. I appreciate your time, everybody. Thank you. Happy
Thank you.
Veterans Day.
Thank you. All right, next we will be hearing from Karimi. We'll be hearing from Karimi Graniel, and then we also have Kevin Lade, her attorney. So if you two wouldn't mind unmuting yourselves. I know, Kevin, you're going to start first.
Sure.
All right.
Hello, thank you all very much for the opportunity to speak. I'll try to be very brief today. My name is Kevin Lade. I am the immigration attorney for Ms. Karimi Graniel. I also helped her prepare this pardon application and helped her to submit that as well. So I just want to provide a little context on what the immigration piece or context means for my client in terms of this pardon application, and she can certainly speak to the underlying issues in much more detail. Basically, Karimi is an undocumented person in the United States who's been here since she was a child. She's been moving through a very uncertain adulthood based on her immigration status. Due to these criminal convictions that she's going to talk more about, she was placed into custody of she's arrested by immigration and custody enforcement on completion of her sentence. She spent about 1.5 years in immigration detention. I worked with her during that time. We were able to get her released, but we were not able to get her permanent legal status due to these criminal convictions. She has 2 different applications currently pending before immigration. Both are humanitarian cases. One is both related to domestic violence from previous partners. And both those cases have, I think, a very strong possibility of eventually being approved, but for these crimes. She's already had one of the cases denied once, and we've had to sort of appeal it. And the other one has been pending now for several years. I think the delay is because of these criminal problems. If Karimi were able to receive this pardon, that would invalidate these convictions for immigration purposes, which would allow her to, I'd say, increase her chances up to a virtual certainty that she'll be able to eventually acquire lawful and permanent immigration status in the country. She also is still in deportation proceedings. We've been able to postpone them while we've been trying to work on dealing with these criminal convictions. However, if this pardon is denied, I think it's very likely that she may be removed from the United States at the conclusion of those proceedings because she'll be unable to acquire the lawful status that she needs. And then I suppose, just on a personal note, I've known Karimi for 8 years now. Working with her has been one of the biggest privileges of my career as an attorney. She's an unbelievably resilient person. When I met her, she was in extremely difficult circumstances, hadn't seen her kids in years, had been all alone, isolated, managed to find the resources to contact the nonprofit that I worked at, worked with me to be able to do all the stuff we need to do to get her to this point. I think she's a tremendous person, and I think you guys will all see that today. I'm also happy to answer any questions, but I'll go back on mute. I don't allow her to talk.
Thanks, Mr. Lade. All right, Ms. Graniel, the floor is yours to explain, what happened with your 2 felony convictions, and then how your sentence went and what you've done since then in order to earn the chance to receive a pardon from the governor. So please proceed.
So my name is Karimi, and when I got my 2 felonies when I was 20 years old, I have a son. I have 3 kids, but when this thing happened with my son, where I got convicted because I hit my son with the belt on his buttocks, and it happened because I was young, and I'm not gonna deny I was stressed. He was diagnosed autistic, and I was young. I didn't know how to handle. I got the help from the caseworkers, and he would get crisis. And that night when the all thing happened, he pushed my baby, which now he's 12. He pushed him really hard because he had one of his crises, and I was really stressed. I was working like a lot of hours, and I came out of my room and to hear my little one crying, which he was like under a year old. And I just got really stressed, and I grabbed the belt and then I spanked him. I know I should have not done that, but I did. And the next day, this was over the week. On the weekend, I had me and my ex, which is the person, the father of this child, my son. We were not living together. He was already living with another woman. And when I dropped off my son, Ramiro, the one that I spanked him, I told her, I said, I need to talk to his father because Ramiro did something, and it was a conversation between me and him. And I never heard from him. Sunday, I was at Sam's Club, like buying groceries, and caseworkers were calling me. They were in my house telling me that they were going to take my kids away, that Ramiro was not coming back home, and that I was going to be in proceedings for him to like take him away from me. During that time, I did parenting. I did everything in my power to get my son back because I wasn't that type of mother that they were trying to make me look. When I was almost getting my son back, I got back from work and there were 2 cops inside my house. They raided my whole house and they told me that I was under arrest because it was identity theft that I took from a friend back when we were like, when my firstborn Ramiro was born, and me and her were friends, and she agreed because I didn't have papers. I was brought here illegally, and I had to work under different names because of my kids. My mom is legally blind, and I've been taking pretty much care of her since her vision got worse and worse. And I got convicted of 2 felonies. One was for child abuse and the other one was identity theft. I was never in jail in my entire life and I was so scared. And I plead guilty not knowing that if you're illegal, immigration could come and pretty much like take you. So I plead guilty to my 2 felonies, and when I was gonna be released, I was gonna be in 90 days of Huber, released on a bracelet. Immigration called jail and then told them that put me back in jail and they were gonna pick me up and take custody of me so they can deport me. After those 90 days, I was in 3 different jails trying to fight for my case. I got released in 2014, and because my lawyer, Kevin, helped me and my mother to be able to stay here because my ex my autistic son's father, he used to beat me up really bad. In one of the cases, I was in high school and one of my best friends called the principal and I was covering bruises. With that being said, I got released with being able to work and stuff. And I've been trying my best to be a good person. I got involved in church. I got baptized. I got baptized. I've been trying to do my best to be a good mom and to like be aware of the bad decisions that I make in the past and be a good mom. Right now, I'm working in a factory. I'm paying child support. I pay my restitution that I owe. I did everything that they wanted me to do. I did, and I went to school for Gateway College. Right now I'm trying, aside of my regular work, I started like competing for bodybuilding shows. I wanted to become a personal trainer, and my biggest dream is to help others, to achieve their goals and stuff. But like, I can't do that because, they're always going to look at my felony. And my biggest fear of all is to be separated from my children because I love them so much. And I see my son Ramiro every other weekend, and I cannot tell you like how good of a relationship we have since everything happened. And I just want this pardon so I'm not separated from my family.
Thanks, Ms. Graniel. I know this is an easy topic to talk about, and obviously a lot is online. I just want to open up, see if there's any questions from the board. Go ahead, Noble.
Are you familiar with the 287G program that really works with the victims of domestic violence at all?
No.
Okay. And you are currently in Milwaukee, correct?
I moved from Wisconsin to Illinois because of my work. So we're residing in Spring Grove, Illinois.
Okay. You may want to look that up and just check it out and see how that could be of any benefit to you in some way, shape, or form.
I've been into like my pastor, one of the pastor was like a counselor, and I spoke with him, and I opened up to him. It was hard for me, and I had to do it because of my immigration lawyer, and it's something that I don't like to talk about because of all the mistakes that I made, and I'm trying to leave it behind, even though like I don't wish him any bad things to my ex, and he's doing great on his side, and he's got a perfect job and everything, but I just, it's really hard for me because I was so young. I got with him when I was 14 years old. And not having my father with me in my entire life, I thought when he was beating me up, it was okay, and it wasn't.
I know you have your attorney there, and I as a Madison police officer, we work with the 287G program in domestic situations, and I just throw that out.
If I may, Chief Ray, I think you might be referring to the U visa program potentially, and
Yeah.
if you are, that is in fact what we're talking about here. Her U visa application has been pending now for basically, it's been denied once and has been up on appeal, and it's been going for about 8 years. So this pardon is what we're hoping, if it is something she's able to secure, that would remove the final obstacle to allow her to get that. So we're I appreciate your being on top of that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Ms. Graniel, thank you for appearing before us. I appreciate your candor. I know it's not an easy topic, and it's especially not easy to be talking in a forum like this through computer screens, but I appreciate your time. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process, but if you have any questions in the meantime, our staff is available, and I believe you have our contact information. So thank you and have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, our final applicant that we'll be hearing this morning, Elizabeth, there you are. So you've seen how this works. So if you could talk to me about your 2 felony convictions back in 2009, and then what you did in terms of completing your sentence and what happened afterwards, and then I'll open up for questions from the board. So please proceed.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can.
Okay, I just can't see myself on the thing here. I'm not
Okay.
familiar with
Nope.
this. But,
We got you. So go ahead.
My name is Elizabeth Eads. I was convicted of a second-degree reckless endangering safety and a bail jumping felony stemming from an incident back in 2009. This is going to be really hard for me. Back in 2008, my brother and I, we were in the military together, and I was getting ready for drill the next morning. And we had a house fire. My brother helped get myself and my infant newborn son out of the house fire, and he didn't make it out. So that led to a lot of trauma. I self-medicated with alcohol, and that's all I did. That's all I knew how to do. There's a stigma in my family in regards to mental health. It wasn't okay. Like with anything mental health related, you know, it's all in your head. You can get through this. And I couldn't. I fought so hard. And in the military, they teach you to never leave a fallen comrade. And that's what I did. And I left my brother, even though he helped me, but I couldn't help him. So that's all I did is I self-medicated and I numbed myself with alcohol as much as I could. I was partying. I wasn't worried about the needs of my kids. Because I also had a 3-year-old son at the time. I went to his dad and told him he needed to take him. I had my parents take my newborn. And that's all I did was drink and drink and drink until this one night we were all drinking at a bar. We went back to my house. We're all partying. And this girl had was outside smoking a cigarette, comes in and puts the cigarette out in her coat pocket and hung it up on a door hinge. We're all downstairs, the fire alarms go off, and her jacket is on fire on the closet door in my house. And police get called, everyone did statements, and that's where there's a lot more things I was charged with, but they all got pled down, took it to jury trial. I was everything else was found not guilty, but I was found guilty of second-degree reckless endangering safety because ultimately it was my house. I'm the responsible person for that. And then while I was incarcerated on bail, I got bailed out the one time, and I didn't think I had a problem. Like I wasn't going to admit to myself that I had a drinking problem because I didn't see it that way. I was grieving the loss of my brother. And I needed help with that. I didn't think I needed help with the alcohol. And so I was bonded out of jail and was out drinking and drinking and drinking again. I got picked up again while I was intoxicated. And then in the meantime, I was incarcerated, worked with my tribe's social services program. They were able to get me into a rehab program. And to be honest with you, still at that time, I was only going to do the rehab program to appease the court system. I still felt it wasn't a problem. People needed to leave me alone and let me do what I was going to do. So December 1st, of 2009, I went to a rehab in Appleton, Wisconsin. And I remember my first meeting there, I still told them, you guys all want to say you're an addict, you're an alcoholic. I'm not. I'm only here to appease the court system. I want to be left alone. The next day, light bulb went off. I'm like, I'm here for a reason. I need help. Things finally I don't know what it was, like the light bulb went off. Things were making sense to me that I was here for a reason. I needed help. I went and I worked the program. I was in the program a lot longer than the 30 days. I want to say it was closer to 90 days. And then I successfully did 12 weeks of aftercare. And then when it came to my trial, I was initially sentenced to, I want to say it was like 7 months in jail. I completed that. And I want to say it was shortened because I did a community service program. Through the jail system. I completed the community service and completed my jail time. I completed the 4 years of probation. Right now, I'm not currently employed, as I am. 2 weeks ago, I had heart surgery from long COVID exposure. So I'm not sure when I'll be able to return to work at this time. So that's kind of in limbo. But I've started college several times in hopes to get a degree, but I feel like I'm not worthy enough because the felonies just hold over and linger over my head. And I always think back on those. And now my oldest son is 18, just turned 18. On Monday, he's been getting acceptances all over the place for colleges. So right now, him and I are in a race to see who would be the first one to get a college degree. So I'm hoping I'll be able to beat him because he is such a competitive kid. So, and I don't want this like held over my head any longer, as I know I am so much capable of being so much better than this, and constantly having to reflect back on all this. And it's been such a big hurdle in my life and really prevents me. I feel it really prevents me from moving forward with what I feel like I'm able to do.
Thanks, Elizabeth. That was very thorough, and I know it's not an easy topic to talk about. Questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for appearing before us, Elizabeth. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of the process. I hope you have a speedy and full recovery, and wish you and your son the best of luck in your race. That's the best race I've heard of recently. And I think no matter what, there's winners all around. So best of luck with that, and hope you have a wonderful weekend.
All right, thank you. Happy Veterans Day.
Thank you. All right, and that concludes our morning session. We are now scheduled to go in closed session for the reasons listed on the open meeting notice, specifically under WISTAT sections 19.85, 1A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning a case before the board, for purposes of considering specific applications, considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific persons. Is there a motion? First from Jeff, second from Anthony. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, we are in closed session. So I will be moving some folks, or they'll move themselves. Here we go. On both Wisconsin Eye and on YouTube. And so it makes it much easier for us if only the pardon board members have their cameras on. When I call you up, you will have 5 to 7 minutes, and I am going to hold you to that. So please be concise and to the point when you make your presentation. We have had an opportunity to read through your application, so we don't need you to be going through that material. But what we want to hear is, one, we want to hear how you ended up with your felony conviction. I want to hear I statements, meaning I did this, I did that, not that you just happened to get a felony or you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's something that you did in order to get a felony. I want to hear about what you did afterwards in order to earn the chance to receive or what you did afterwards in terms of completing your sentence. And finally, we'll want to hear from you in terms of what you've done in order to earn the chance to receive a pardon. So I want you to answer those 3 questions. Once you are done doing so, I will open it up to the board for questions. We may or may not have questions for you. So don't read in too much into whether or not we ask you any follow-up questions. Once you're done speaking, then you do not need to stay on. Once we're done with questions, you can hop off. You don't get any extra credit points for staying on. You can go about enjoying the rest of your Friday and hopefully start enjoying the weekend. When we get through all of our applicants today, we will be going into closed session as a board. During that time, we will be making a decision on whether or not to recommend you for a pardon to the governor. If you receive majority support from the 6 board members present, meaning you have to have 4 votes, your application will go to Governor Evers for a final decision. If you do not receive majority support, so if you get 3 or fewer votes in favor, your application will be rejected. If Governor Evers grants you a pardon, you'll receive that in 1 to 2 months from today's date, give or take a little bit. If he rejects your application, or if we don't forward it to him, you'll receive a denial letter from the board and you'll be able to reapply for a pardon within 18 months of the date of that letter. And then I think that's about, I'm going to do a quick round of introductions before we get started. So in addition to myself on the board today, we have Nadia Perez-Reyes. She's with the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families. We have Judge Jeff Kremers, who's a retired Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge. We have Anthony Cooper, who does offender reentry with the Nehemiah Project here in Madison. We have Cindy O'Donnell with the Department of Corrections. And last but not least, we have Reverend John McVicker Sr., who is a pastor in Milwaukee. And with that, we will get started with Mr. Jenkins. So Mr. Jenkins, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on, you can get started.
All right, can you guys hear me clear?
Yep, we can.
Oh, hello, board. My name is Brandon Jenkins. In 2011, I was convicted of aiding and abetting, 2 counts of aiding and abetting. In that situation, I made the dumb choice to get into the car with my cousin and ended up being involved in some crimes. I never got out the car on any of the crimes. The second crime he committed, I did watch, and I watched him shoot somebody. Very scared, out of my mind. And that at that time, I knew that I was in some really big trouble. I then, got out of the car and went home. Sorry, a little nervous. I got in the car and went home and instantly just called his mother, which is my auntie, who was like my mother. My mother and father both went to prison. So, and I just told her what happened, and she told me to just go to sleep and come over in the morning, and we're gonna go turn ourselves in. But before I got to our house, I was pulled over and taken in for questioning. At that time, getting taken in for questioning, I lied to the police officers because I was very scared. I had never been arrested before, never been in trouble with the law. At the time, I was back from school. I was in college at Minnesota State Mankato. And I was just signed a lease to go back. And obviously I just screwed up my life doing that. So after lying to the detective the first time, I spoke with my father, and he told me to just go ahead and tell the truth. There's nothing to be afraid of. He said at the time, you didn't do anything wrong. You just need to be forth and come in. You are a good kid. So I did that. I cooperated with the detective, the judge, the police, the DA on the case. And I was still hit with 2 aiding and abetting felonies. I believe it's because I was lying. I lied the first time around, and I totally understood that. Since that situation, after I got out of jail, I learned that my father had been murdered while I was in jail 7 days after my 21st birthday. And it really hit me hard, but I could just hear my father, talking to me and telling me that, you need to just keep going for it. You can't look back, don't let this bring you down. And I didn't. I did 3 years of probation. That was my sentence, without any trouble, without any incident. I, in that time, met a beautiful woman, Megan, got married, got engaged, got married, been together for 10 years. I have her son, Landon. I met him when he was 1, and I've been in his life ever since and just try to be a father figure to him. And she gave me my beautiful daughter, Lane. She's 2, she'll be 3 in a month. I was pushed away from a bunch of jobs. I've been walked off of jobs in that time, but I think about 2013, 14, I went to apply for Buffalo Wild Wings because no one would let me stay on a job after they saw what my criminal background was. And a lady gave me a chance, and I worked there for 4 straight years where I was a server. I started as a cashier, worked my way up to a server, bar server. And after that, I left there for a better opportunity at Menasha Packaging, where I was for 3 years, 3.5 years. And then now I preside at Century Equipment, where I'm the supervisor of materials and the saw department. It's 5 minutes away from my house. Me and my wife moved out to Oconomowoc, where we've resided for the last 9 years. Right now, I coach youth football, youth baseball, and I just was signed on to coach the high school varsity football team out here. This year was my first year. We had a pretty rough year, but it was fun, and that was my passion, just helping and coaching. What I've learned from the situation is, even if things bring you down, and you get into bad situations or you have loss, like I had, you have to find a way to work through and keep pushing for it, which I think I've done, a good job of, and just be a good role model to others. I think that's why I love coaching so much, because I can see these kids and I can see that, yeah, they got a good life at home, but maybe I can give them that extra push to go in the right direction, follow their dreams, and do things that they always wanted to do. Sorry, just a little nervous. Sorry.
Oh, you're doing just fine, Brennan.
Yeah. But my father was a really big influence in my life. And when I lost him, I had 2 little brothers and a little sister, and I couldn't be the one to break down and just not do anything. So I decided to start a life and have a life. And my wife was a really big part of that. She keeps pushing me forward and keep pushing me to, be a good man. And I think, I've done a good job of doing that so far. We've got a lot more time to go. Yeah.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Jenkins. That was, I'm very sorry to hear about your father.
Thank you.
Questions from the board for Mr. Jenkins? Jeff?
Yeah, Mr. Jenkins, I'm a bit confused by the events here. How many crimes were you tangentially involved in on this particular night?
It said 2 crimes. There was 1 crime.
I know you were charged with 2 counts.
Yes.
But and here's where I'm having trouble. Your statement in your application about what happened that night describes two
separate
criminal events where you were kind of a hostage in the car or didn't realize what was happening until after the fact kind of thing. But your statement in the criminal complaint at the time you were charged, the statement you gave to the police describes 3 criminal events, and that you had a higher or stronger understanding of what was happening than what you put in the application in your statement in the application, and I'm just trying to understand what your version of the offense of that night are. Is it what you put in the application or what you told the police immediately afterwards?
Well, after I told my father told me to tell the truth. I told him that I had went somewhere with them prior, but when I left that situation, there wasn't anything like he asked me to take him somewhere and I took him there. I sat in a car for 3 or 4 minutes. He came out and his friend came out, and then I just drove him back home, and then I went home. And then I think around like 8 o'clock it was like 8 or 9 o'clock is when they called me again and asked me if I wanted to go out to a club with them.
Right. So in your application statement, it only talks about you like one continuous event where you're in the car and then they won't let you leave the car and they take over driving and all of that. But what you told the police is that there were 2 separate driving episodes. And one of the episodes involved one crime, and that one, your friend told you that he wanted to bust a move, which and you correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that was at the time slang for committing some kind of a crime. And then you go home, and then he calls you later and you go out on the second trip, and that trip involved 2 separate crimes, including the one where somebody got shot 5 or 6 times. Do I have that right?
Yeah. So from what I was told by the district attorney, that the first time around that my cousin and his friend had told them that I had nothing to do with the first time around. But I told them that there were 2 incidents which I think I got charged for, where we went somewhere and they decided to rob someone. And that's when I got into an argument with my cousin at that scene. And he basically just kind of pointed a gun at me and told me, let me drive, I'll drive. This is, and then we got to the second one and he basically I think he was drugged up at the time, telling everybody, you're not going to snitch on me. You're not going to tell on me, and waving a gun at the time. And we got into an argument, and I got out the car and I told them to give me my car back, and they dropped themselves off somewhere, and then I took myself home, and that's when I called my auntie.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Cindy?
Yeah, I just want to follow on Judge Kremer's questioning, because that's what struck me. I mean, Mr. Jenkins, you did really well on probation. Your agent attests to that. I think you've done a lot of positive things. What I struggle with are the serious injuries these 3 victims encountered, and exactly what Judge Kremers is getting at. So you go out the first time, you don't know what's going to happen, but you heard gunshots, right?
No, I did not. I was in a car with music playing. I didn't hear any gunshots whatsoever. I was just in the car. They came back to the car, and then that's when I just drove them back to where they were going.
But what did you think happened in that house when they came back to the car the first time?
I knew at the time that my cousin, he smoked marijuana. So I thought he was just going to buy some and just coming back, and then I was taking him home.
Okay. And what's your relationship with your cousin now?
We do not speak. We don't speak at all.
Okay. Thank you.
He's still incarcerated.
Is he? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for appearing before us, Mr. Jenkins. As I said at the top, you'll hear from us in about a month or 2 in terms of the outcome of today's process, but I appreciate your time with us and hope you have a good weekend.
Yes, you too.
Thank you. All right, next we will hear from Lloyd Covington. So Lloyd, thanks for turning your camera on. If you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself.
Trying to figure out how to unmute myself.
No, you're unmuted now, but there, your camera's on. Let me just. There you go. You're good. You're good. All right. All right. Well, you've seen how this works, Lloyd. So please proceed with telling us about your felony conviction, what happened afterwards in terms of your sentence, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from the governor. So go ahead.
Absolutely. First, I'd like to say thank you so much for this opportunity. It's been a long time coming, and I feel truly blessed to be before you today. It was in 1990. It was 31 years ago, 1990. I think it was May. I was driving a little car and was driving down the street, and I didn't even have a license, so I shouldn't have been in the car in the first place, you know. But my dad owned a car lot, so I was snuck that car off the car lot, joyriding, and I was by myself. And a little boy was playing in the street. Well, he wasn't playing in the street. His ball went into the street, and he went after the ball. And I tried to stop, but I hit him. And when I hit him, I stopped. You know, I froze. I was filled with all kinds of anxiety. And so I sat there. I think I may have sat there. It seemed like I sat there for 30 minutes, but I don't think I sat there for a minute. And I pulled off. You know, I was afraid. There was a lot of people outside. There was no reason for me to pull off. I was 19, young, dumb. And I think, you know, to be quite honest with you, I was just trying to get away. You know, I was just trying to get away, you know, and saying trying to get away is really basically trying to get away with that. I was afraid. I knew I was going to be in big trouble. I was thinking, oh my God, my dad's going to kill me. So, but the police caught me, I mean, in a matter of no time. I mean, I think maybe I got 6 blocks away, and they got me. And I had nightmares about that kid for a long time because I found out he had a punctured lung and he was little. And, you know, I come from a church family. My father pastors a church in Milwaukee, Pastor Eloy Jones on 38th and Silver Spring. But anyway, so after that, they wound up giving me a little time in the house of correction, 3 years probation. I satisfied all the probation stuff, and but I learned a big lesson from that because, you know, at the time it wasn't right to try to leave the scene, but I know I wasn't in a good headspace. I know I wasn't in the right place mentally because I was just afraid and I was just thinking about getting away, you know. And at 19 years old, you're still a young man. You're a man, but you're a young man, but you're still a man. And I was always taught to own my mistakes and stand up to them. My dad always taught me, he said, face your fears and find your freedom. And if I would have just faced that moment, I would have never, ever had that situation that's affected my life all these years. That was 30 years ago, 31 years ago. I'm 52, I'm 51 years old. I'll be 52 in August. And I've never had any police contact before that, after that, all the way up until this point in my life. I've never, ever had anything other than that moment. And that was a serious moment. And that doesn't absolve me of that, but I've kept myself the same person that I was raised to be. And, that mistake, I learned from it. I still, you know, when you go through something like that, it's traumatic for you as well, because I was a child. I have 2 children myself. So that really struck me, and it always stayed with me. That's not something that I will ever, ever blame that child for. How many kids don't run in the street and chase a ball? So, you know, I own that 100%. And since then, I live in Florida now. I still have a house in Franklin, Wisconsin. I live here at my house here in Florida in the summer. I mean, in the winter. It's summer here. But I live in Franklin, Wisconsin in the summers there. And I live here in Florida in the winter. I have quite a few rental properties in Wisconsin. I have properties here in Florida. I have properties in Tennessee as well, and Mississippi. And what I've always done is I've always worked with people to provide low-income housing for people. I have contracts with the Milwaukee Mental Health Association. I have contracts with the Hope House. I have contracts with the Veterans Association, and I also have contracts with Vivint Health. So people that have mental challenges and things like that, I've always been able to provide housing for them. My houses have always been kept up. I have a good reputation with the city of Milwaukee and the Department of Neighborhood Services for, not having any code violations that linger. I do get code violations, but we always address them right away. I've also always been active in the community. My father's, he has a place called the United House where it's on 25th and Center. It's pretty much a brand new building. I think it was built. I worked with my dad to help them get that going. I think that was in 2007. And it's still the biggest investment in that neighborhood to date. And I'm always active in my community. I'm very active in Milwaukee. That's home for me. That's why I spend a great amount of my time still. I actually just got back 2 weeks ago. And I've always been a person that is willing to help people. And I always, I just always believe in using the things that God has blessed me with to try to impart that on someone else. And this ain't me trying to sell you on me for a pardon. That's who I am. So I think I deserve this pardon because of the man that I was before I did that and the man that I am after that. I'm not going to say I'm totally different than that person because I wasn't a bad person then. I made a bad mistake. And my record as far as the things I've done in the community and the people that know me, they can stand for that. So with that, I thank you for that opportunity. And if you have any questions for me, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thanks, Mr. Covington. Questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Mr. Covington, for sharing your story with us. I appreciate it. As you just heard me say, you'll hear from us in about a month or two from today's hearing, but I hope you have a wonderful day.
Absolutely. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Next, we're going to be hearing from let me just see, Mr. Stokes. So Nick Stokes, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. So Mr. Stokes, thanks for taking time to participate. Your input is very much appreciated and really does help inform the board's decision. So feel free to share your thoughts and reflections, and we'll take into consideration before we make a decision. So please go ahead.
All right, I just want to first say I'm all for second chances and people learning from their mistakes and getting better in life. I'm all for that. But I heard a couple of discrepancies that I feel that didn't happen. I wasn't chasing the ball in the street. I was crossing the street and I looked both ways before I did that. No car was coming. But I guess by this guy speeding, running the red light, I didn't see that far down. And I got hit. But I just want to clarify that. I was not running after a ball. My parents told me how to cross the street, and I'm happy for the guy that you've done so much in the community and everything, and you move past that. But I mean, me on the other hand, I've been going through a lot of trauma, a lot of pain that I'm still in currently, due to the accident when I was 6 years old. It happened 32 years ago, when I was 6 years old. And it did a great deal of damage to me that I'm still dealing with today. And not only that, I got the paperwork and I seen on there that restitution was paid out. Me and my mom, who took care of me, my family, we never received a dime of anything from the situation that happened. And like I said, I got back pain. I have my L7 disc and my S1. I have a herniated disc right now, deteriorating, and it's getting bad. I need surgery right now, but they're holding me off from surgery because I'm still young. So now I'm just dealing with pain right now, and they're trying to give me different ways to deal with the pain. But I just feel it's not fair. I'm a fair guy. I like to be fair, and I just feel like I didn't get any conversation or anything, any feelings or a call or a check on me or anything. And I was in the hospital for a long time. I had a body cast on from my ankles up to my chest. My mom, my grandma, who's not here, she passed away in 2010. She got hit by a car as well on her scooter. It took her out, and that was my best friend. And she would help me carry him upstairs. My mom is here, who helped me carry me up the stairs. And I just been dealing with a lot based off that situation from 6 years old, and it's still lingering on. And although I'm happy for everybody who's doing great in the situation, I'm doing great as well, but I'm in pain doing it, and it's rough for me, and it's very rough, and I just think that God, I don't think He showed enough concern for me, or even care to ask how I'm doing today, or is the guy all right? I had a punctured lung and I had a broken right femur. I said, they laid me in a whole body cast for a year. After that, I had to go in a wheelchair. I had to do crutches. I had to learn how to walk again. I had to make up my schoolwork so I didn't fall behind. A lot of things transpired from that one incident, and it's like I said, it's still playing a role in my life today. So I did just want to get that off my chest because I've been 32 years. I never knew who hit me. I never knew what happened with nothing. I was so young, and now that it's presenting itself back to me right now, it's like wow, But I did want to get this off my chest and just say a couple of things because I feel bad. I'm hurting. All the way from 6 years old. I have my teddy bears that my grandmother's left me when I was in the hospital from 32 years ago. I have those bears still to keep me, comfortable. And I do well as well. I live in San Diego right now, but I flew back home to Milwaukee, Wisconsin to be with my mom because she's played a big role in the situation in my rehabilitation and getting better, through our life. So I wanted to be here with her during this time. And again, I say I'm all for forgiveness, and I'm glad the guy is doing good and made good for himself. But I'm doing good myself, but it's a struggle because I'm in pain. I'm in pain. And I didn't get the proper treatment. You would think the stiff injuries I had, you would think they would have put together some kind of thing for me when I got older so I can have some kind of medical to go and get checked out on, because the injuries is bad, and I couldn't afford to get surgery and all this stuff done on my own. And I'm working, but it's getting harder and harder for me to work because I'm literally in pain 24/7 with that disc giving me this pain. And yeah, I just didn't think it was fair for me or my family to not have anything, no compensation for this situation. And although, like I said, I'm glad everybody's doing well. I am too, but I am in pain. So I just want to let everybody know that.
Thanks for sharing that, Nick, and really sorry to hear that you're still suffering from that, and really hope you have a speedy recovery from your next steps of your surgery and everything. Any questions from the board, Jeff?
Thanks for appearing here today and expressing your opinion. I just have a couple of questions. So the court ordered at the time that Mr. Covington was convicted that he pay $11,000 in restitution. And are you telling us that you never got any of that money? It could be that that he paid restitution to an insurance company that paid some of the medical bills or something, but you never got any money in restitution.
Never got a dime.
And then did you or your mom ever file any kind of a civil lawsuit against Mr. Covington?
No, I don't think my mom knew anything about that. She was young. I was young at the time, and I think all my mom was worried about was just getting me back together because I was really screwed up.
Yeah, I'm not. Please don't take this as a criticism. Oh, you should have done this or that. I'm not saying that at all. I just am trying to make sure I have all the information. So I appreciate what you've gone through, and it's unfortunate that you're still dealing with that. And Mom, good job for teaching him how he's supposed to cross the street. So, well, good luck to you. I wish you the best and hope you get some relief from the injuries you're still suffering from. So thank you for appearing here today.
Thank you.
Nadia?
Mr. Stokes, I just want to say thank you for sharing what I know was probably really hard for you. So I just want to echo comments from the other board members. I wanted to ask a little bit about the restitution that Judge Crummer's reference. From your perspective, if Mr. Covington did pay the restitution, but it didn't necessarily get to you, does that change, I guess, any of the statements that you made in terms of like what you feel his obligations were specific to, the restitution at the time? And I qualify that by saying that I completely understand that you have a lot of ongoing, right, like costs and concerns as well. But just in terms of what like the court obligations were.
I don't think I'm sure of the question you're asking. I'm sorry.
Yep. So if Mr. Covington paid the restitution that the court ordered him to pay, even if it didn't get to you necessarily, is that something that you understand? And does that impact what your feelings are that you relate to us at all? Or at this point, even if he did pay the restitution, right, but it still didn't get to you, do you still have significant concerns with the way that this case played out?
I do have concerns on how the case played out because I'm just a fair guy. I was always taught to just be fair. I have done things myself. I have been in trouble before. I've always took my licks. I always stood up. I'm a stand-up guy. So if I do something wrong, I take responsibility for it. I've always have, and I always will. So with that being said, I said I'm a fair. I said I'm all for it. That the money doesn't make a difference. Money doesn't make a difference as far as anything goes, as far as that goes. But I just put that out there to say that, hey, I'm the victim here, and I'm like literally still in pain from this 32 years later. And me and my mom, we never received anything, like nothing. And I think it's not fair that I'm still dealing with this from a guy running a red light in a car without a license that he shouldn't have been in, hitting me, almost killing me right then and there, actually. But now I'm living with everlasting pain from that. And it's been 32 years later, and I'm still in pain. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. I don't want to get surgery because everybody says you get surgery, your body's not going to be the same anymore. I'm 38. I don't want to be broken down right now. So I have to just deal with the pain. But so the money has nothing to do with it, nothing at all. But I would like things to be fair. I feel like I have gotten the worst end of the stick of this whole entire situation. And I'm just like, hey, here I am. I'm the victim here. What about me? That's what I'm just trying to say.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. I appreciate it. You got at exactly what I was trying to get at in terms of what your perspective was. So thank you.
Oh, wow.
Any other questions from the board for Mr. Stokes? Oh, thanks again, Mr. Stokes, for taking the time. I know this isn't an easy form in order to share this, but your input is sharing your experience with us is very helpful for us in making a decision. So hope you have a speedy recovery, and I hope you get some good news from that, and wish you a very good weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. All right, next we will be going to Robert Kaufman. So Mr. Kaufman, let me see if you're on. So Bob, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on. There we go. There we go, Bob. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I can hear you just fine. So you've seen how this works, Bob. So please proceed with sharing your story with us. Specifically, we want to hear about how you ended up with your felony conviction back in 1984. What happened with your sentence, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please go ahead.
Yes, sir. First of all, I'm Bob Kaufman. Preferred to go by Bob. It's Robert. Prefer to go by Bob. 62 years old, soon to be 63, recently retired, married to my beautiful wife for 38 and a half years, father of 3 and a grandfather of 6, and another one coming next month. So really looking forward to that. With that said, about 40 years ago, being young and thinking you had the world by the tail, I was dealing with some emotional events in my life and ended up doing some very unfortunate, stupid act. At the time, I was dealing with the passing of my father, who was a career Army veteran, and had to watch him die from Agent Orange cancer. And about the same time, my maternal grandmother, who was a huge influence on our family and myself, also passed away from cancer. And then my mother was diagnosed with cancer. So with all of that, it was kind of like, I didn't know where to turn. And so I acted foolishly. I was working in the banking industry at the time, and I was basically ended up taking some money that wasn't mine. It was other people's money, and deposited it into a couple, 2 to 3 other accounts that were in my name in another banking institutions. I kept the records. I didn't really spend the money, but it was just an outlet for me, a cry for help that, unfortunately, I wish there was a better way to do it, but that's the way I did. I don't blame anybody else. And I put myself in that situation and I had to face consequences. So when I was confronted by the banking authorities and the police investigators, I immediately confessed to everything, met with them several times, turned over all of my documents that I had, went over the documents that they had to corroborate and confirm the amounts, and faced the consequences that I was to deal with. All the money was paid back. There was nothing that was lost or anything like that. There was no loans taken out to pay it back. All the money was paid back. Restitution was paid, and I was served 90 days in the Huber work release center and did 5 years of probation. With that said, I had some time to contemplate and think and realize that I did very foolish things. And yes, my father would have been very unhappy with my situation, but yet he also taught me to take responsibility and actions and for my actions, and then to proceed to try and make amends for it. And so through the years, with the help of a family counselor and my family priest, my mother, while she was alive at the time, and my family, relatives, and supportive wife, was able to get my life back on track, get my education, get married, have children. And then I had a great job with a CPA firm that, like I said, I was with for 31 years and just recently retired last December on that. With that job, I worked from basically a staff accountant up to managing, and had an offer of partnership, but I couldn't become a partner because of the felony conviction at the time. But they did put me in charge of a branch office, and I managed that office of over 550 clients and 3, 4, 5, depending on the tax season and everything, employees, and made myself an asset to the community that I'm involved in. I've always tried to give back to not only the community, but the state and national. And I think you see by a packet, I won't go all over the things that I volunteered for, I've done, but just to highlight a couple of several things that I'm especially proud of. One is a winter festival event in my community, which I started on my own and knocked down doors, talked to people, got sponsors, and was able to make it a community event that is growing. And now it's taken over actually by the Chamber of Commerce here in my town. And it's been continuing on and growing bigger and larger. And every year it'll be in about 3 weeks. I go back and I just pride to look at what I was able to accomplish to give back through that. I also been very involved athletically, personal, and one of the things was a friend of mine and I, we formed a duathlon, which is a run, bike, run event in the community. And over a 5-year period, we raised over $20,000 that we were able to give back to our, local area needs network, which supplies food and necessity items to the poor, and also make donations to the American Family Children's Center. Like I said, there's been numerous others. I've been able to keep my nose clean. I have had one speeding ticket, unfortunately, but no other trouble with the law or anything like that. And I just each and every day just try to become a better person than I was yesterday, realizing that this is always going to be on my record and people will always look at it, but yet that's not me. And hopefully when they look at the big picture of things, that they realize that I'm not a bad person. I feel sorry for what I did, and for those that I harmed, and just am asking for this second chance for the pardon.
Thanks, Mr. Kaufman. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Kaufman. I actually have 3 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So a lot of times the applicants we see and people involved in crime, they make a poor decision on a single day to do something, but your crime really lasted from October of 1982 to November of 83, according to the criminal complaints. So that's, 13 months you kept making that decision to steal people's money. And can you talk about that? Why it went on so long? You had all that time to stop?
Yes, again, it was, I'm not placing any blame on, the passing of my father or watching him pass away, shrivel up, pass away, and my grandmother, but it was just growing up in an Army family. It was like you couldn't show your emotions. And so I kept everything bottled in. And even though I knew it was wrong, it continued in hope that it would get caught. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that was my way of dealing with it at the time. Again, it wasn't for any personal gain or anything like that. It was just a cry for help, which was very wrong at the time. And, unfortunately, it turned out the way that it did, but I've learned and grown from it.
Okay. Thank you for that. My second question is, if you recall, it was a long time ago, but you were ordered to do 500 hours of community service. Do you remember where you did it?
Yes. Numerous organizations, Habitat for Humanity, worked on, I believe it was 3 different housing projects over the time. I was with Big Brothers and Big Sisters. I worked with the American Cancer Society Relay for Life. Worked at our local church or our church groups and organizations, and just various community activities, things like that to give back.
Very good. Maybe that sowed the seed for your later activities in life.
Could be.
My last question, and it's not required in the application, but it's encouraged that people submit letters of support for their application, and you didn't submit any. Why not?
No, it was unfortunately, a very short time. I was going to submit I had applied for a pardon several years back and had several letters, basically from a mayor, from a police officer, from my employer at the time. But from the time that I sent this in and to get this going, unfortunately, I didn't go back to get the letter of references. It would not be that hard to get various references, but I didn't do it at the time. No.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Mr. Kaufman, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month or 2 in terms of outcome of the process, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right, next we will hear from Tim Wobenhorst. So Tim, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on. There we go. All right. Well, thanks, Tim, for appearing before us. So to start off with, if you could tell us about your 2 felony convictions from 1983, what happened with your sentence, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
My convictions were based on drug and alcohol addiction. So I was feeding a habit. In the process, I plea bargained down to those 2 counts and paid the restitution through the parole office. I eventually found my wife of 37 years, who's been a big help. I went through drug and alcohol inpatient. That was 23 days, and I've stayed clean since. So I married a family with 3 kids, and it's been a very short time that life has gone by. I would like to have a pardon to fulfill the image of not being a convicted felon anymore. I sent letters into multiple different governors, but not knowing how the actions really go, didn't have any luck in that area. So I decided to try again. There's not a lot of story to it. We've done some homemade cards for Ronald McDonald House, collected pop tabs.
Donating our Christmas money for the school.
Yeah, we're donating Christmas money for a local school in Janesville. So yeah, once I got off the drugs and alcohol and turned my life around, it's been a various change. I've been a carpenter now for 30 years, which I'm looking at retirement now. So there's not a lot more to my story than I didn't realize what I was doing. I was happier drinking and drunk than anything else. So.
Thanks, Tim. How long have you been sober?
30 plus years.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
34 years.
I like that you have a fact checker right to your side there, Tim. This is great. Other questions from the board? Jeff?
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Levenhorst. Thanks for appearing. I see in your application that one of the reasons you wanted a pardon was so you could vote. And yeah. I just wanted to make sure you understood that once you finished your felony 30 some years ago and got off paper, you are able to vote. And anybody who's told you weren't able to vote was wrong. You are eligible to vote in Wisconsin once you're done with your felony, which you were done with a long, long time ago. So regardless of what happens with this pardon, you are eligible to vote.
Yes, you are correct. I had someone that dug very deeply to find out the honest answer on how it led me back to voting. So essentially it's the same thing you just stated.
Okay, good. Glad you know that. I didn't really have any questions, but thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Tim, for appearing before us. I hope you have a good weekend and you'll be hearing from us in a month or two in terms of the outcome.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. All right, next we will hear from Kevin Jusek. So Kevin, there we are. All right. So Kevin, you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Yes. Like I said, my name's Kevin Guzik. My offense was burglary of a home back in 2002. I was 17 at the time of the crime. I was with a few friends. They suggested we break into this home. I unfortunately stupidly agreed to it. We ended up stealing a safe, which ended up just having papers and documents in it, and a large change jar, which was about $800. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. I fully cooperated with the police, the detectives that came. I was convicted in 2004 when I was 19. I served 4 months in jail. I completed 2 years of probation and paid back full restitution. Since the completion of my sentence, I've steadily been employed. I worked at a boat factory for almost 6 years. 2008, when the economy got bad, I got laid off, had a hard time finding employment because of my felony. My dad had some trucks for a trucking company he was or whatever. He suggested I get my CDL, which I did. I worked for him until 2019 when I started my own trucking company, which I currently own. I've got married in 2008. I have one child, she's 9 now. Purchased a home, I became a homeowner. I'm hoping for this pardon because, like I said, I was young, I was naive. I regret things I did. I grew up on a farm. I was never in trouble before this. I was never in trouble after this. I'm just hoping, you know, for future employment, I'd like to maybe get off the road. I drive over the road. I'm usually gone Monday through Friday. Just for future job opportunities. Like I said, it's greatly affects my opportunities. I've been denied for jobs because of it. I'd like to, you know, be able to teach my daughter about hunting and stuff. That's something I enjoyed doing with my dad before my felony. I know he would enjoy that too. He's mentioned that, you know, if I ever got it overturned or pardoned or whatever. Yeah, that's about it.
Thanks, Kevin. One question before I open it up to the board. Did you know the homeowners?
Did not, no, it was just
No.
random.
Okay. Did you have any contact with them afterwards?
No, but at like one of the court hearings or whatever,
Mhm.
when I was going to court for it, like I said, I fully cooperated. I confessed to my crime. I know they mentioned at one of the court things, they pretty much said at the time, you know, that, you know, as long as I paid restitution, that, you know, they didn't think I deserved any kind of jail time or anything, but, you know, the DA, I did serve 4 months and 2 years of probation.
Yeah, okay. Questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for appearing before us, Kevin. As you heard me say for the previous applicants, you'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process, but appreciate your time and candor and hope you have a good day.
Same to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right, next we'll hear from David Sirath. So there we go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, you've seen how this goes, so the floor is yours in terms of explaining how you end up with your 1998 felony conviction, what happened with your sentence, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. So go ahead.
Well, thanks for giving me the opportunity. It was actually in '96, young, dumb, hanging out with the wrong crowd. Went to a house party during that time on a winter night and decided it was getting late. So we thought that maybe we would just walk home. And it was cold. So that night, I guess the one guy said that he had a friend that he knew that lives around the block or somewhere. So he said he'll be back. So we just kept walking. Me and the other guy kept walking. And then about maybe 10, 15 minutes later, he pulled up with a car and told us to get in. So I mean, not thinking twice because it was cold out. So I hopped in the back and then just asked him if he could just drop us off at home, not knowing that the car was stolen at that time. Wasn't paying attention. But then he said that he wanted to go out to Waukesha well, he didn't say technically Waukesha. He said he wanted to go out to his girl to see her real quick and then drop us off. So, I mean, it was like, okay, so we agreed and went with him. So we made it, found out we was all the way out in Waukesha. So I was like, it's getting late. She dropped me off. So on the way there, he was swerving. So I knew that he couldn't drive. So from that time, when we was coming back, I asked him, I said, just let me drive. So that's when I found out that the car was stolen. But since we were so far from Milwaukee, I just thought that it's just a one time thing. And I already knew that if I get caught, my dad's gonna find out, you know, get grounded or a punishment. So as we was coming back, I drove the vehicle and we got pulled over. And I was scared, so I jumped back into the, well, you know, we was at a gas station. So we was out the vehicle, and then I got back into the car and put it on drive and did a high-speed chase in a Waukesha area. Then parked it in the middle of the road and ran from it. Got arrested. Yeah, I already knew I messed up real bad. Did from that day on, I got a job for my cousin, and it was like I was 17 and a half, so started working until 1999. Got pulled over, and they did a checkup, and I had a warrant for my arrest for missing court. And the reason why I missed court was during that time with hanging out with a lot of older guys, and they was like, they stated saying that since I was a minor, when I hit the age of 18, it will all drop. So, I mean, believing them, so I just went along with whatever they said. So that didn't turn out right. So it was like 19, when I was 19. In 99, that's when I got pulled over, had a warrant for my arrest, got arrested, went to court. Judge, I felt like the judge hit me with a felony due to he's saying that I was fleeing and missing court, like ran away or something, didn't want to come to court. So, I mean, I just took it, I accepted. Gave me 2 years probation, paid all my dues. Other than that, just been trying to maintain, been focusing. I'm a single father of 5 and a granddaughter. And all my kids and granddaughters stays with me. Just been struggling, just been trying ever since 17 and a half, working, trying to get a better pay, still, you know, minimum wage, still struggling, still trying the best I can to provide for my family. Other than that, I mean, the weekends, I take the kids to the Lao community place. It's a temple over there in National. You know, volunteer, help out the monks and stuff. Some people rent the hall downstairs. So after they get done, you know, with the party, and I go there and help clean and, you know, just let my kids run around there. And while I'm cleaning, mopping and stuff, just to, you know, volunteer, help out. Other than that, I just felt like with this felony, every time I'm trying to elevate in life, I just felt like it just keep pulling me down. I mean, the more I try, it just felt like I'm not getting nowhere. I'm just living the same way and can't achieve none, you know, more better pay and stuff like that. So that's why I just wanted to ask for a pardon.
Thanks, David. Questions from the board? Cindy?
So, sir, were you arrested for prohibited use of a firearm in 2016?
No. I mean, yeah, I went in, but they didn't have none on me.
What were the circumstances when you say you went in, what were the circumstances?
Oh, at that time, it was an incident at my kid's mom's house, somebody drove past and shot and killed one of a friend that was there. And then as the police came to investigate, they had ran my name, and I had they had took me in for child support that I owed for $36. So when I went in for the child support, he said something about I had a bench warrant for my arrest for the child support. I think that's what I stated too, that I had went in for child support. And then they was trying to pin me with a possession of a firearm, but I didn't. They checked my prints and all that. There was no prints on it. I don't own a gun. I've been clean ever since. When I messed up with the auto theft, I've been working ever since. I've been focusing. I've been doing positive things, trying to show my kids positive, stuff. I didn't want them to follow my footstep.
Yeah.
I already told them, I said, once you get a felony, it's hard to, if there's some jobs that you want, it's going to be hard to get.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, David, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Timothy Turner. So Timothy, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. Tim, are you there? All right, we'll come back to Tim, and then we will go to Benjamin. Let's see if Benjamin's on. Yep, Benjamin, Duvanic.
Tim Turner.
All right, there we got Tim. All right, we will. All right, Tim, you've seen how this goes. Benjamin will be right with you, so we have you both lined up here. This will be good. So Tim, if you want to start by explaining how you ended up with your 94 felony conviction, what happened with your sentence, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, I was convicted of driving without owner consent. I stole Hazel Washington's car. I did call her and ask her for permission for a pardon because I would need to probably her support. And she said she would forgive me only if I come to her church. So I attended church with her and I had a good time, which I'm a Christian. So I always, don't mind if somebody invite me, always go to their church to see how their church is. Back in 94, before 94, my juvenile record was real bad. I was a bad seed. My father disowned me when I was 5 years old. My mom was in and out of jail. So basically my friends were the people I looked to for praises and stuff like that, which I shouldn't have, but I did. Since 94, I did go to prison in 99, which I got some structure and spiritual empowerment to learn how to be a better citizen. Also, I have 2 daughters. One graduated college as a physical therapist. I graduated college in 2007 for hotel hospitality. I'm a homeowner. I've been a homeowner now for 15 years. I currently work at Capco. I've been there for 15 years. And like I said, my juvenile record was real bad, so I really want to apologize for that, knowing I made mistakes. I did volunteer at New Beginnings Are Possible for 4 months, which was first shift, but now I work second shift, so I just figured that I just keep working. Other than that, I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Turner. And talk to me, what would this pardon do for you and why do you think you've earned the chance to receive it?
Actually, 10 years ago, I was offered a job for an insurance broker. And they said the only qualification was I had to be bonded. And I said, what do I have to do to be bonded? She said, well, you have to get a pardon. I said, oh, shucks. So 10 years ago, I filed with Scott Walker, and which Hazel Washington told me, what you do that for? They didn't have a pardon board. I said, oh my God, I didn't know, but I went through the whole process regardless. Also, 2 other avenues would be probably to get a contract that probably I want to get my own business too. So to get bonded, this would be a big stepping stone, and I can get my own business.
Thanks. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Hey, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I thought I just heard you say you went to prison in 1999.
Yes, I did.
What did you go to prison for?
Entry to a locked vehicle and theft of movable property.
And you got prison?
Yes, misdemeanors. Yes, it was habitual because it's within 5 years of your felony 94, they can have you do more time.
Right. So you got charged as an habitual.
Yes, I did.
And how long did you go to prison for?
I went to prison for 3 years and 9 months. I was in Duluth, Minnesota, a prison camp, which I learned a trade of landscaping and learned how to work for, I think I was making $14 a week. So when I went to my first job, I had an interview. And after the interview, I told the guy, I said, you know what? I would work for free for a whole week. He said, yeah, I can't have you do that. And I was like, well, the next day he said, you start tomorrow with no interview or nothing. He had me start. And that was at Custom Products. I stayed there for 5 years.
And did you know Hazel Washington before you stole her car?
Oh no. I heard she was a good lawyer, but I never knew who she was until I said, oh my God, you're a lawyer. I said, okay, well, I sincerely apologize. I said, just come to my church. Yep, I didn't even know her.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Well, thanks, Mr. Turner, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us about a month or two in terms of the outcome of today's process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
All right, you too, sir.
Thanks. All right, we're ready for you now, Benjamin.
You guys.
Hi, Benjamin. So you've seen how this works. So please proceed.
Okay. So the essence of my conviction was specifically on September 5th, 2006, in which case I was 19 years old, and I was very depressed at the time, and I just left college, sort of dropped out, didn't officially drop out. Just parents didn't want to send me back after having just not done very well, and didn't really feel like I was in the right place. So it was really just a headspace kind of thing. And I had come from a whole background of challenges and all these types of things. So ultimately that's where I was. And I just remember one night I ended up just being very depressed. I broke up with this girlfriend I had. She moved back to where she was from. And I ended up just chugging a bottle of whiskey that night, and ended up going outside and started wandering the streets without any intention other than, I believe it was just going to get cigarettes, and from a local just gas station type thing, and ended up wandering into a house and taking a credit card off a counter. And it was an open house. I mean, the garage was open, the door was open. Wandered into a house, took a credit card, left, and shortly after was caught down the street. I had flip-flops on. I mean, there was no premeditated intention to do this thing. However, I did do it, and it was very unfortunate. And so, that was pretty much the essence of what happened. I remember sitting in the cell and thinking right then and there, look, I mean, just waking up there essentially, having been in the drunk tank for some time and very cold, and just being like, hey, this is not where I belong. This isn't it. And it was at that point I realized that something's got to change. And so I ended up, I got 45 days of work release program. I did catch the felony. I mean, I actually got the felony. Obviously, that's why I'm here. And 3 years probation, served 2.5, a little bit less. And after requesting early termination of probation, they granted it. So paid restitution, did the whole thing, and went to AODA treatment, all of those things that are in the notes, and that kind of thing. So that's what happened. And so, but it was that moment that I started to change personally, and I didn't wait till after. It was right then and there. And I remember just, this isn't in the notes, and this is maybe not too favorable for me to share with you, but I will share it because I think it's relevant, is ultimately my last week, they actually sent me to county for the last week, and I was put into, felt like solitary confinement. I don't think it's officially that, but I was in my own cell for a very long time. And I started reading The Purpose-Driven Life, and it was because, let me give you the preface to that, is because I was outside my room brushing my teeth, and I got written up by a CO, and evidently that's not allowed. So that's what happened. Anyway, I read The Purpose-Driven Life. From there, I started reading the Bible, and so the story goes, I left and I was completely obliterated. Just my whole self-esteem, everything was gone. I remember my mom picking me up, and it was very, very sad moment. But at the end of the day, I ended up going back to school. I ended up deciding, hey, this is time to go back to school. I ended up going to 5 different colleges. And so moving on, I guess since then, what have I done? I went to 5 different colleges, and kind of preface to actually graduating college, I went homeless by choice when I was 22, because my grandpa would joke that I had more jobs than he's changed his socks. And as funny as that sounds, it was really sad, because the reality behind that is I just didn't have a good sense of identity. And that's what was the biggest problem for me. It's just having a sense of identity and not really knowing how. It's like I had this hope, but like, here's hope and here's how to accomplish, what it is you believe you have hope for. And that was the biggest gap that I had to learn and to get understanding for. So it just so happened that I was actually in Asheville, North Carolina, at one of my colleges that I went to, and I had a second cousin that lived there. I ended up leaving that college and living with him for some time, and he ended up moving, but I had nowhere else to go. So it was either go back home or ultimately do something different. And I just realized that right then and there, I just had to do something different. And I just gave up. I said, well, I don't feel too good. I don't know what else to do. So I'm just going to go and try and make my life work out. And so I went homeless by choice so that I could figure out my life. And so when I was 22, I did that. I started volunteering at the homeless shelter, became a Christian within a couple months. And then ultimately, from there, I got a whole list of accolades and all this other stuff I've done. Support groups, men's groups, home groups, 5 colleges, graduated finally with a life coaching degree. I went to 2 ministry schools, including Liberty, 2 additional certifications for life coaching. I've helped hundreds of people ascend out of their challenges. Started up a ministry or an organization called Wolf Warriors Organization, written a book called The 7 Habits of Divinely Effective Christians. I volunteer at my church regularly. I'm on the prayer team. Wake up every morning, every day, and I meditate. I work on my physical health, and I do all that so that I never go backwards. And and that's. I'm sure there's other things too that I haven't mentioned, but yeah, I've been a top performer at 3 sales jobs. That's another thing I have listed here. I broke an industry record in the sales industry for the solar industry specifically. But like all of that's great, but the reality is that, like, to be honest, like I don't really feel like I deserve a pardon. It's not about, to me, a deserving thing. I don't feel that entitled, to be honest with you. I feel that this is more of a grace thing, and this is, if I had deserved it, you would have given it to me already, and that's just not the case. So I'm just requesting one. We've all seen a lot. Yes, I've seen a lot of these people talk today, and I understand we all have some similar challenges in some cases when it comes to getting employment. It hasn't been easy. Like I said, my grandpa jokes about it, and it's funny more now than it was before. But the reality is that, the biggest thing I've learned is that taking responsibility, regardless of circumstances, is the biggest thing, and that's the biggest thing I've learned how to do, despite circumstances. I've learned how to, cry and take responsibilities. I put it right here. and how to change my mind, how to overcome, how to give effectively, and how to be a part of a team, a community. I always had hope, and I mentioned that to you earlier, but it was just how to get understanding. And at the end of the day, as a Christian, we call it repenting, just turning the other way. So who I was then is not who I am now. And so I don't believe I deserve it, but I do want it. And I am requesting a pardon today. And I would really assert that, of course, it will help with, my limitations to travel, my limitations to where I can live, to what I can do. Speaking at schools, for instance, is a thing. I can't do that in certain places because of requirements and with your background and whatnot. What else? I mean, getting loans. I mean, these things that affect a lot of us. So, but really at the end of the day, and I don't want to talk too much further because I know we have a time limit, but the reality is that, this is, to me now at this point, have to been through this for 15 years, it's big. This has become a lot bigger. And we've been after this for a good 7-8 years, intentionally. And I'm kind of past the idea that, this is going to make, me getting a job, it'll make it easier, but it's not going to stop me. So the reality is this isn't about like, oh, poor this guy, like, it's not poor me, but it will make things easier. And not to mention, it would be a huge victory for not just myself, but for my family, my clients who I support, for a lot of people. And that's why I'm here, because if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be here. I mean, all this stuff happens, and you got to learn from it, or you're going to die from it. And that's all I know. And so my mission in life is really just to help support people from getting from where, ultimately they are, without any understanding and support to get there, to helping them actually achieve what they know and they desire in the bottom of their hearts.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thanks, Benjamin. Questions from the board? All right. Well, you're very thorough, so you get off easy today, Benjamin. Thanks for sharing your story with us. I know it's not an easy forum to do so. You'll hear from us in about a month or two, but I hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
Much. Bye-bye.
All right. And that concludes our November 11th hearing. Now, if somebody could make a motion for going in closed session pursuant to WISTAT sections 19.85, 1A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations, considering a case before the board and considering specific applications, financial, medical, social, personal histories of specific persons. Is there a motion, Jeff? Is there a second?
I'll second.
We'll give it to Nadia. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, we are in closed session.